Testing. I think we're live. Welcome, everybody. How's it going? Hey. I hope the sound thing is not cutting out all that amazing applause in the background, but I think it probably is. But people on the internet side of things, we actually have a packed house, which is fantastic. So it's really great to have you all here today. I'm going to say a little bit about why we're doing this. And then I think Nance and Aaaand are going to say a little bit about how we're doing this, and also a little bit about the why. And so we'll kind of range for a little bit, just kind of do whatever we want for the next 15 minutes to 20 minutes. One of the weird things about this is that we have to pay close attention to time in a way that most Theory Underground events do not. I mean, I'm pretty good at closing out a segment with a guest in 50 minutes, but also when it comes to lectures, we don't usually put time limits on that. In fact, I like to say that the biggest thing I've gotten from Lacan is the thing that got him kicked out of the Psychoanalytic Association, and that is the variable length session, right? But we're in a problem, and that is that we've got so many people in different rooms presenting at the same time very soon here, coming up. And we have to make it so that when one person leaves a room and goes to the other room to prepare, to present or whatever, that they're able to. So, because if you have someone who's doing multiple presentations, it's like dominoes. If somebody's not in the right place at the right time, then they're not all going to go off. I don't know if that's the right metaphor, but sure. That's the first point of order sort of thing that I wanted to touch on. Also, we've got Matthew Stanley in the chat. Everybody else who's in the chat, go ahead and let us know. Folks who are here, you can always join the live stream chat as well from your phones. Just go to the YouTube channel for Theory Underground. Open up the chat. Just mute it. We don't want to hear ourselves 12 seconds ago. Here in the room. Okay. So that's the sort of the stuff that was up at the front. Now, the question is, why are we doing this? And that raises several other questions for me. A question about who we are and what is this, right? So why are we doing this? Well, I know why I'm doing this, and I know why the three of us are doing this. And I think I have a sense for why some of you are doing this. And I think we'll find out a lot better over the next few days why you're all doing what you're doing here as well. We might find out there's more reasons than we knew for doing what we're doing today. But I'll just stick with a couple of my own, and I'll just say this. I've done a lot of conferences, maybe not as many as a couple of you, but I have done a lot of conferences all over the world. Argentina, Thailand, Hawaii, the East Coast. That's another side of the world to me, right? I've been all over the place, and I've also been into some, like this conference, random cities, kind of flyover states, but really cool conferences, right? Yeah, I would say that all the conferences I've ever been to were cool in some sense. I usually met someone that I am still in communication with. I usually saw a presentation that impacted me in some way. And that's something that I want to still have in my life, even if I'm not in the university. But also there are ways that we can build on the conference idea and take it to another level, right? So for me, one of the biggest things that, Nance and I, as experimenters with the medium, have been wanting to do, or like an experiment, like a way of pushing the bounds here, is to say, okay, well, instead of this conference being something where everyone goes into the breakout rooms, you have some people who are just attendees bouncing between rooms, but if you present at the same time as somebody else, too bad. You'll never see that presentation. You can talk about it later over lunch, right? We didn't want to do that. And we also didn't want to just have everyone's presentations be spread out across 4 days, right? Because then you might be more focused on preparing for your presentation in 3 days than just being there for everyone else's presentations, right? And so part of the goal here is just to kind of get it out of our systems in the first less than 24 hours. We'll have it out of our systems in the sense of like, some of us just have one presentation, some of us have 3, but they'll all be over by noon tomorrow, right? And so we'll all do breakout sessions here, and then we'll all do breakout sessions in the morning. And then a key piece of this is that stuff that happens in those breakout rooms may be played from this main stage Friday afternoon and Saturday afternoon. This main stage is an opportunity to feature not just the keynote speakers, which is all obviously like a traditional honor with all conferences. All conferences have keynote speakers. And the idea of the keynote is that that's the human being everybody sees, right? Because when you're in breakout rooms, you're not going to see the people who are in the other breakout rooms. Well, there is this opportunity here for your stuff that is recorded in those breakout rooms to be featured on this big screen, right? And so not just this big screen, but with us, and then we'll have a conversation about it. In some cases, we'll put together a panel. We might say, we want X, Y, and Z people to come up and talk to us about their presentations, right? And so, yeah, I know I'm just geeking out right now about the structure of it, but I'm not talking about like the why for my heart yet. And I guess for people who don't get to go to college, I've always thought, wow, I think the thing you're missing out on the most outside of like that one or two, like those 1 or 2 great professors who are able to give a lecture that opens an entire field to you, and you'll never be the same because that person opened that field to you. For some people, you remember a teacher in high school who got you into math or history or something, but it unlocked it for you. And now it's a part of your life. It's a part of how you think and engage with the world, right? I've always thought, well, it's not just the lecture and that opportunity to sit in the classroom with that professor. No, it's also office hours with that professor. When that professor is able to, from within their field, talk about things adjacent to their field or talk about things wide-ranging but related back to your own interests, right? Well, I always have my younger self who did not go to college in mind. And I also have, because I might not have gone, right? But I knew, but this is the itch that I needed to scratch. Philosophy and theory was the thing that I needed. And a lot of you are interested in philosophy and theory even though you're not thinking about doing the college route. Or you might eventually, right? Well, there's the lecture and there's the office hours. And at Theory Underground, we found a way to make it so that you have access to some of the greatest professors in their lectures. And then also in terms of our development, we're lecturing as well, right? And hopefully you get a lot out of that. The EMSTUs, the interviews, that has always in my mind been an extension of the office hours. That if you were going $60,000 into debt, at some state university, well, then you'd be able to have that kind of access, right? Well, we do those with our Epic Marathon streams at Theory Underground, EMSTUs. But the other thing that you don't get to do if you don't go to university is spend time really thinking about these things with other people. The kinds of clubs that people start because they were in an amazing class together are usually the things that impact a person on their journey more than any of the lectures or relationships with individual professors. We could just teach online. We could just have conversations with people online and maybe publish in some anthologies. But it seems really important to us to sort of make it kind of come back to the meat space every once in a while, right? And so, yeah, the why for me, there's a bunch more I want to say about it, but I'll say that after I've given Aaaand and Nance a moment here. A moment. They get a few minutes. A few. They get at least as long as I've had. And they've got some thoughts that they want to share. But I'll just say that, yeah, Nance and Aaaand and I have traveled the world together. We've been all over the United States. We've been into Canada. We've been all over Europe, promoting these books and these conversations. And the promise of coming to a city near you, as the subtitle of the Underground Theory book, it's to say we're not just people on YouTube. We're all going to get together, right? That's something that we want you to be able to do. But in introduction to them, I just want to say traveling the world with someone is a great way to get to know them. And I have nothing, well, obviously, Aaaand and I are married, so like nothing but love and appreciation for Aaaand, my wife. No, but as road dogs, as roadies, as bandmates, they're amazing. And so give it up for Aaaand and Nance. Yeah.
I prefer to kind of remain silent and hang out and just be invisible. I don't know, challenging myself or maybe rising to the challenge. It's difficult, but it's an opportunity that I wish I would have had when I was younger, because I would probably be better at it. Because I do feel like I have something to say, and I do feel like I have something to contribute to all the problems that I see with the world. And rather than just like sitting back and complaining or being the miserable, transcendental miserableist that I am, it is important to kind of come out into the world and meet up with people and kind of concretize those relationships and turn an online rapport into something like a working relationship. So thank you all on the internet. Thank you all here for your time and your attention. I felt bad on the tours for looking homeless. So my hair was long. I don't think I was shaved. So I told Dave, I was like, hey, I have 2 nice shirts and a couple ties. So I want to look a little better to respect you guys and kind of respect what's going on, because it's, we're here in this odd venue. It's kind of a little ungainly. It's maybe strange. I don't know. I don't go to conferences. I've not been to conferences, so I don't know how you all are feeling about it. But to me, it does seem odd. But I also feel like it's something to be reckoned with. And I do believe this is a historical moment, not just for us, but for the theory scene as such. And I am immensely grateful to be a part of that, and also for your participation in that with us. So thank you.
Now we clap for you guys.
Thank you, Nance. So as Nance just mentioned, you'll probably notice that we are in like a music venue. This is the main stage. We're literally on a stage, and some of our breakout sessions will be held in recording studio rooms. And that's weird. No one does academic conferences at venues like this. And as some or most of you know, Dave and I actually are adjunct instructors at the local university. We very well could have hosted this conference there and used university money and vendors, food, and have those rooms and have official boards and PowerPoints. We could have done that. And we thought about it. We also have another venue that we love dearly here in the area that we have had Theory Underground events at before, which is awesome. And not only did this venue stick out to us because it's very, very close to where we live and we don't have a car right now, but this is a nonprofit. They're small, and it really embodies the underground aesthetic of Theory Underground. One part theory, part underground, meaning this is do it yourself. Like, we don't use our association with the university for Theory Underground. This is outside of that. We love and respect our positions at the university and events going on there, But we also have our issues with the university system, with the ways that things like philosophy and sociology and political science are taught and what is not taught. We both, for better or worse, were let down, so to speak, by the lack of rigor in our time at the university. And so Theory Underground is a place for those disenfranchised students, those people who might never get to experience the privilege of attending university in the United States of America because it's outrageously expensive. And so that's what Theory Underground is about, and that's why we're here. That's why we're at this venue that is close, that we can walk to, that we can afford, that we've, thrown everything together ourselves. We're really embodying that underground aesthetic by necessity. We're not just trying to do it to look all cool and underground, but it's because the glitz and the glam and the professionalism of a university or, say, a hotel conference venue, it's not us. This is us. Like, this environment. I mean, Nance and Dave, we're hardcore underground punk kids, So bringing this back around to this music venue is so special, means a lot. It means a lot that you all are here at this weird DIY conference with us in a random neighborhood in Boise, Idaho, at a random little music venue. But it's going to be freaking awesome. Just to have all these people who I've gotten to meet some of you online and see in our seminars, and some of you I know I'll get to meet and talk to over the next few days. It's really, really special. And so thank you all for being here. This experiment of a conference, everything at Theory Underground is more or less an experiment, trial and error. It's not all going to be perfect. These presentations don't have to be perfect. We're all here learning, growing together, and that's what Theory Underground is about. And so we, once again, just thank you for being here, for experimenting and playing with us. And I think Dave will say a few more thoughts before we get to some points of order and then go into our breakout rooms.
Yeah, thank you. Give it up for Aaaand, everybody. We believe we know why we do the things that we do when it comes to for instance, clapping or any sort of ritual, right? We have maybe that could go with a religious ritual as well, but anything, be shaking hands, right? Nodding your head or shaking your, we think we know why we do these things, right? But from this sort of sociological, anthropological, critical theory sort of position, do we really know why we do it? To me, when I burnt out on the DSA, which was a year sort of process when I really started realizing Democratic Socialists of America was not my people, right? Started in 2019. There were things that led up to that prior to that made it kind of hard in some cases to hold these spaces or operate in these in the capacity of a political organizer, right? Personal experiences, but also larger structural and symbolic issues, right? But the Democratic Socialists of America in 2019, at their big conference, they had a crazy rule. They said no clapping. I know some of you are like, where the hell is this going? They said no clapping, right? Because some people might get overstimulated. They did have a room for people who get easily overstimulated, where things were very quiet and they had coloring books and cushy little pillow things, and it was all, I'm not kidding. Everyone's laughing, but no, that's the way that it was, man. And I'm not trying to make fun of them, really. That's not really the point. Yeah. They already did that on Fox News. I don't need to do that, right? But the left likes to make it easy for Fox News to dunk on them. And DSA 2019 vintage, especially. And I'll leave it to Elton to to correct the record to say that actually DSA has come a long way since then. Okay, maybe. Or maybe there's like a faction that's saying, we should be able to clap. There's this one faction. They're like, look, guys, we could focus on healthcare, but I really just think we need clapping back. Okay, but here's the thing. I think sometimes you only realize why we do a thing that we do once someone comes along and says, it's just a made up thing. We don't need it. Get rid of it. And then so people with the institution of marriage, we just get rid of it. We don't need it. Or the family. They'll get rid of the family, right? And then, of course, when people try, then all of a sudden it's like, it was doing things we didn't realize it was doing. And so what I wanted to say about clapping is, I have a theory. It's a way of getting the nervous energy out of the room, right? It's a way of diffusing a kind of energy that mounts in the room. And all you have to do is watch the actual proceedings from the 2019 DSA meeting to see that there was a lot of weird energy and they didn't know what to do with it, and it didn't go anywhere, really, except for cutting each other off and get the weird kind of shenanigans that they got into. But that's my segue into the why, right? Bringing it all back to this. Disillusionment, feeling like a malcontent, right? Well, there was a couple of directions that people went after they burnt out in 2020. And when I say a couple of directions people went, the people I'm talking about are people who were involved with that campaign. People who were more or less on the cultural left in the United States. And some of those people with a foot in this abstract notion of a left that belongs to history but lives on, right? So they've got a foot in the actually existing cultural left, and then they've also got a foot in somehow what we're doing, even if we're not Leninists or Kropotkinites or whatever, we see that, the contradictions that form that thing historically, especially in Europe, somehow giving us inspiration, maybe some kind of hope, right? That's kind of the catch-all term that I'm using here, because there's two kinds of left. There's that abstract notion. There's a sort of, you're pro-choice, right? That's what I mean by cultural, right? Well, the two directions that people went after they burnt out were either in the opposite direction, to the right, or just exiting politics altogether. And I felt pulled in many directions, not just to the right. I don't really see a home over there. I don't really see a home on the left. I don't really see a home on the right. But also just tapping out and saying, I'm going to go do other things, grow tomatoes or something. No, it didn't work for me. And I started looking around and thinking, I really want to try to understand why my naive leftist fusionism didn't work. And I couldn't find a place where I, as someone who had gotten into philosophy and theory through the university system as a non-traditional student, could do that once done at the university. I didn't see a place online where I could do that. And I also was very well aware that there was no place for my former self. If my former self had gotten excited by those kinds of ideas, whether philosophy and theory or practical politics, if I was burning out on these kinds of things and wanting to try to understand the situation, there was nowhere to go. And so that's what Theory Underground comes out of. And my development is not done. I'm preparing myself to write important books when I'm 50. And until then, it's all just putting ourselves, myself and whoever else wants to come along, through the paces that developmental work requires. And so the why we're doing this is that it's some kind of accelerator in our own developments of us helping find and hone our talents and of us getting to know one another. Because I do believe that the relationships that will come out of TUCON, as well as the rest of the stuff that we've done, won't end here. That some of the relationships that form here and over the last year and up and through the next couple of years will far surpass anything that we've done. And I hope that those things will grow and become something awesome long after I'm dead, after we're all dead. And so we'll die. You can all just keep living. You will all be fine. You will all live forever. But yeah, with that said, these breakout rooms and the whole thing, the whole structure of everything, it's to develop us. And so to that end, we're going to get after it. And for the people watching from the live side, for the next 2 hours, we're playing a never before published lecture that Michael Downs gave for the Intro to Zizek course. It's 2 hours long. We'll all be back in 2 hours, and we'll have on some of the MCs, and we'll engage with the audience, and we'll do something for the last hour. But for now,
a couple quick points of order. I know we're getting close to our 5:30 start time. In the front of the room, as you walk into the door of the building, there is a map that shows us where the rooms are. Those room numbers and which sessions will be hosted in them are in the little schedule that you all should have a copy of. There are extra copies on the table over here. This has kind of an overview of what the weekend will look like. So today we have our breakout sessions. We'll close out. And tonight, since people were traveling, we'll just head back our separate ways. People are welcome to go out to drink, to get some food, nothing official. Tomorrow, breakout sessions in the morning, some panels and presentations throughout the afternoon. And tomorrow evening, we'll head out on the town in Boise as a group, get some food. Saturday is going to be just more, featuring some of the presentations from today and tomorrow.
we got a couple amazing panels lined up.
As well as, yes, some panels. And then we will have pizza and a little hangout session at the official Theory Underground headquarters, meaning our tiny apartment, which is right around the corner. And then we will close out on... It's not a Theory
we can do
Underground
that
event
here.
without the pew 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 sounds. And then Sunday we will close out. All of that and bios of all of our presenters can be found in your schedules. We have books for purchase over the weekend. There's also some drinks and snacks available via donations to the Hive. So they'll take cash or card donations, a little fancy card reader. Tomorrow we can get some coffee and espresso going. And restrooms are going to be down the hallway over here. So I think that's all the important logistical stuff we need to know. Tomorrow starts at 9 a.m. Yes,
9 a.m.,
thank
yeah.
you. And just remember that these are hybrid events. So we will have presenters joining us from Zoom from all over the world. We will have online attendees watching virtually. So there will be laptops and projectors in those rooms where we have virtual presenters. So there's more people attending than just in this room, which is really exciting and cool. And it's going to be great. Please let us know if you have any questions or concerns about anything. And with that, we will...
I'll say just like one last thing that I did mean to say already in my why, and we're bumping the entire time thing 10 minutes. So like if it starts at 5:30 or if you're up at 6:30, well now it's 6:40. All right, so we'll just do that. And we compartmentalize today. We're all part of the post-class fractured mass, as we say. We compartmentalize who we're speaking to. We have maybe one big other. There's a big question mark on that. We'll find out in the panel on Saturday, the one with McGowan and Roussel and everyone else. Okay. Maybe we have one big other. But we have a lot of different general peers. And part of what we're trying to break out of is that. That's what the hybridity is really about. To actually talk to people in the meet space and keep the internet in the room. And be like, yeah, no, I'm sorry. If it's happening in the room, it's still on the record. It's still part of the internet. So, some people don't like to be on there. We all came from there, right? So looping it back in. That's ultimately what this is all about. So anyway, I wanted to just add that thing about hybridity that I'd forgotten to touch on. We're going to roll the thing on this side, but we're ready to go to our rooms. The map is around the corner. There is a map on that whiteboard if you're confused about where the rooms are, but let's get after it.
Do it.
Woo! What's up?
Just the three of us again and close it out.
We'll have a couple MCs up
Or
here.
yeah,
I think we'll have all the
too.
MCs. We'll just
Yeah,
take turns
so
with
we'll
them.
bring another chair or two.
Yeah, we'll figure it out.
Yeah. Cool.
That'll be some people standing in the background like a rap video probably. That'll be fine. All right, people on the live side, I'm going to roll it. So let's see. Let's get this going. This is never before heard content. It's an amazing lecture by Michael Downs, and we're gonna get it going right now. Enjoy.
Scratchy at the moment, so I do apologize if that's annoying, but I didn't want to cancel this, so we're gonna get it done. So okay, yeah, I only recently found this little essay or appendix tucked away in this Laclau book, and I was really surprised when I stumbled upon it because it probably is the best little intro to Zizek's theory of ideology I've ever found that he himself wrote, right? And this isn't contained in any like Zizek reader books or anything like that. So if you're not, searching your way through Laclau, you're not going to find this piece. But luckily I did, and I read through it and was just like, okay, this is a core little concentrated version of the broader argument he's going to lay out in Sublime Object of Ideology, which is the book I'm going to be teaching next year here at Theory Underground. But this beyond discourse analysis really lays the foundation for understanding his theory of ideology. Now, look, anybody talks about Zizek, we all know that he's, at least for us, the philosopher of ideology. But you ask anybody who knows the name Zizek what his theory of ideology is, and they really can't tell you much. And they just know that he focuses on it. But the question that this course is going to seek to answer is what is his theory of ideology all about? What is Zizekian ideology critique, right? And so you got to realize when he started his career, who was popular in the continental theory scene, right? You got Foucault and Derrida, you got Habermas, right? Lyotard, right? And all these thinkers, this is somewhat reductionistic, but it's also helpful, right? They're focused on language. They're focused on discourse, as they would call it. And it's helpful to think of discourse in the way that Wittgenstein talks about language games, right? They're language embodied in the world in specific situations, right? That means that there's going to be certain power dynamics, certain oppressive relations at play in them. But this group of, and look, I don't even like the term post-structuralist or the term postmodernist that much, because on the internet, these terms get used so much in so many different ways, and they're so loaded that in any accurate sense, they don't mean anything. But in this situation, we can say post-structuralist just refers to this group of French thinkers that were really kind of at their prime throughout the 60s, 70s, 80s, right? So again, Foucault, Derrida, etc. But around this time, Laclau and Mouffe, right, they start working on this theory of hegemony and socialist strategy. That's the title of their classic book. That's going to lay the foundation for Zizek's own theory of ideology. And so what the question is, right, when you're reading this little appendix, beyond discourse analysis, the first thing you got to stop and think about beyond discourse analysis, right? He's saying we got to get beyond thinking just in terms of language or in terms of meaning, right? Or in terms of pure language games. That to understand how power works, to understand how ideology works, you got to get to a different layer in this structure, right? That everybody who's just focused on language or signifiers or signs is not tapped into. So that would also include, Zizek would probably at this time include Baudrillard in there. He would include Roland Barthes in there, right? It's all these guys who were influenced by Ferdinand de Saussure and Claude Lévi-Strauss, right? Structuralism, be it linguistic or structural anthropology. Zizek is going to obviously be influenced by Lacan here, And it's very easy to just throw Lacan in the mix with all these other thinkers. Say, oh, well, Lacan just cares about the signifier. That's one of Nick Land's critiques of Lacan. One of the only time Nick Land ever mentions Lacan is he basically says like he has a signifier fetish. And that's fair enough. If you're only reading Lacan, you know, at the very beginning of a seminar, that's fair, right? Because throughout that, he is focused primarily on the symbolic, on the signifier. When you get to seminar 7 with Das Ding and jouissance, everything changes, right? And so for Zizek, his Lacan is primarily is going to be the Lacan of seminars 11 through 16, right? That's this core peak period of Lacan's work that thinkers like Zizek and Badiou and Todd McGowan, they're all going to latch on to that period of Lacan's work. And a lot of the people who critique Lacan and just say he's just another in a long line of post-structuralist, linguistic idealists, right? They don't ever get around to reading this later Lacan. They just put him in this, the Lacan who talks about the phallus or the signifier, etc. So, Zizek's going to take what he learned from Lacan, and he's going to take what he learns from Laclau and Mouffe, and he's going to create his own theory of ideology. He's going to bring in more Marx, right? That Laclau and Mouffe, in a lot of ways, are kind of post-Marxist theorists, right? And Zizek, in his own way, especially in Sublime Object, he's going to bring more of a Marxist component back into it. Although, you know, a traditional Marxist is still going to say someone like Zizek is post-Marxist, various reasons. But, all right, let's circle back. Beyond discourse analysis. So, Laclau and Mouffe, they're going to focus on discourses. And what is a discourse? Well, for them, there's in our social field, right? And it's important to get an idea of what they mean by society or the social field, because for them, they put a spin on Lacan's famous phrase, "The woman does not exist." And, you know, people say that's, you know, anti-feminist assertion, but in reality, if you go through Lacan, you understand that it's actually a feminist position, not anti-feminist. But the point for them, for Laclau and Mouffe, is that society doesn't exist because society is never a whole, complete, perfectly harmonious whole, right? It's never a substance in the traditional sense that philosophers talk about substance as a purely embodied, self-sufficient entity that is what it is, all by itself, without any relations to other things, right? And so, for them, they're going to say, look, the social field, which we call society, comprised of a whole bunch of antagonisms. There's all kinds of conflicts circulating in society, whether it be issues over poverty, issues over class, issues over gender, issues over race, issues concerning nature or ecology, right? Cultural issues. There's all whole set of perplexing social antagonisms that we're all kind of confronted with in a way that's dizzying. You don't know what to do about all of them. They seem fragmented and disconnected. Provokes anxiety because you're like, my God, like all the problems just keep stacking up. I have no cognitive mapping of how to organize my understanding of all these conflicts going on. What are we going to do here? Well, the issue is for Laclau and Mouffe, and this is the hardest maybe idea to get, and it's a Lacanian idea at the end of the day. But what they want us to see is that society as such, as a kind of pure social space, is characterized by a social antagonism. Now, it's easier to try to think what this means at the level of society as such. It's easier to start with us. We all have some kind of idea of having a Freudian unconscious, right? That I have an ego, I have a sense of self at the conscious level, and yet I have some sense or awareness that, you know, if I have a slip of the tongue, that some sort of like repressed hidden desire slips out. There's some other dimension of me that I don't identify with, that is hidden, that is repressed. And so what Lacan's going to do is he's going to take this Freudian insight and he's going to rethink it. And he comes up with this idea of the split subject, right? And his primary image or figure of what it is to be a split subject is the Mobius strip. Now, if you're familiar with the Mobius strip, you just take, let's see, so you take a bookmark, right? You just do a little twist and then connect it. You add that little twist in the surface, right? And then connect it. What you get is a non-orientable surface, which is to say, on the one hand, it's as if that figure has two sides, but if you follow an object moving along one side, it eventually ends up on the other side. So in reality, there is a twist in it, which is to say there is a twist between our conscious ego and our unconscious subjectivity, but they also comprise one thing, right? Well, okay, we have some sense of that when it comes to individual subjects. It's harder to think that Mobius strip dynamic at the level of society, but that's how they view social space. Is that social space itself is never able to be finished. It always has this twist, which is to say it's always going to produce conflicts and antagonisms. That the image of some utopian society where all antagonisms have been conquered and everything is peace, love, and harmony, it's not going to happen because society itself generates antagonisms based on its pure antagonism. And you go, well, that sounds abstract. Why is that? Well, because even though they're not coming at it from a Hegelian perspective, this image of society is somewhat Hegelian here. It's saying that nothing is actually ever identical to itself. That one's identity, be it society or be it an individual, is always an antagonistic identity. That you are the aspects of yourself that you disavow or reject, right? And so, just as that's true with us, we're going to see that that's true of society itself, and that society would tell you, my explicit values, my ideal standards are X, Y, Z, right? But then you're going to find that society is secretly underpinned or sustained by a whole host of forms of obscene enjoyment, and it's actually only on the basis of one's participation in those obscene forms of enjoyment that you're actually a member of society. And so I don't mind using this language. A lot of Lacanians wouldn't, because maybe they'd say it's too Jungian, but I think it's helpful here that like society itself has its shadow, right? It has its dark side, but the point is that dark side is what suspends or what supports the official side. It's egoic dimension, right? And that this obscene kind of enjoyment, it has an ideological role that's more profound than meaning. Okay, so that trajectory, what we did there is just that's what it means to go beyond discourse analysis, which is to say, to go beyond the study of Foucauldian discourses or Lyotardian discourses. It's to understand not just how language functions, not just how signs are functioning, but how jouissance or enjoyment, which I kind of presuppose everybody here knows what jouissance is, but just in case, let me just say that jouissance is this type of obsessive stimulation in the central nervous system, stimulation to the point of pain or discomfort or frustration or irritation. And yet we get hooked on this type of overexcitation. In fact, we find that we make this distinction in Lacanian psychoanalysis between pleasure and enjoyment. Now, and for us, many of us, those are absolute synonyms, right? Not for Lacan. Pleasure is going to have to do with homeostasis in the body, homeostasis in the central nervous system, calm, cool, collected, right? Issue with that is once you're calm, cool, and collected, things are not exciting. They can become boring very quickly. And what we find is we seek drama, we seek situations that put us in risk or in conflict, etc., and that our central nervous system, or what we'll also call libidinal economies, actually seek out these dynamics that heighten its excitation, right? Put it in a situation that's self-destructive, self-undermining, and society itself is susceptible to this as well, right? That's the Lacanian insight that Zizek's going to work with here. So that's kind of a summary of what I want to talk about tonight. We're going to go into more detail on each point as we move along, but I think that's I think it's helpful just to understand that, and Zizek will make this very clear. He makes it explicit in Sublime Object that what his theory of ideology is going to do. And like, this is, all right, listen up. This is like the moment, right? Just so you can get attuned to what Zizek's about, right? And why he's not reducible to other theorists of ideology. He's going to think that this unconscious dimension of fantasy, superego, jouissance, death drive, that this plays this core dimension in how ideology functions, and that ideology is not just something that has to do with meaning or false consciousness, misrecognition, right? These are, Marx and Engels are going to talk about false consciousness. Althusser is going to talk about misrecognition, or méconnaissance is the French term. And Zizek's point is like, yeah, there's truth to all that. There is a way that ideology is operative at the level of meaning. We have to be able to do ideological critiques of signifiers and signs and representations. That's true. But that's not where ideology has its grip on us. It has its hold on us. It's at the level of how we enjoy that ideology reproduces itself. Like, jouissance is the glue of ideology. And so any type of ideology critique that's not focusing on libidinal economy, that's not focusing on jouissance, it's going to miss the mark. It's not going to really understand what the ideological dynamics are in a given situation. So that's it. It's like the Zizekian point is, it's not just critique of ideological meaning, it's critique of ideological enjoyment or jouissance. So yeah, let's see. So, okay, I think before we go on, it would help just to give a brief little, because there's no way to do this justice here, but to understand what Zizek's adding to Laclau and Mouffe, we need to understand the Lacanian three registers. I mean, just a basic little idea of what's going on here. Okay, so Lacan makes this famous distinction between the three orders, or the three registers: imaginary, symbolic, and real. This can be very perplexing. You're new to Lacan. You feel like you're never going to get to the bottom of what the hell each one really is, or what's contained in each order. So it can be very frustrating for a while. But swim in the Lacanian waters long enough, you start to know your way around, and here's what you've got. So the imaginary order is primarily comprised of images, imaginary images, right? And what we mean here is it's a broader sense. This is where you get caught up, right? For us, when we say images, we think of drawings or paintings, right? We don't think of like my perception of this lamp that's sitting on the table. But what Lacan means by the imaginary is the order of not just phantasmatic images, but perceptual images as well. It's anything that's imagistic, right? And so my perception of the lamp, that's an image in a broad sense of the term, right? And so the thing is, though, yes, like the perceptual field is part of the imaginary. And so are the images that we have when we're dreaming. So are the images we have when we're daydreaming, right? Our fantasy space. Or if your imagination kicks in and you project onto a perceptual seen, some like a little leprechaun is dancing on this book, right? These are all images in the broad technical sense. But for Lacan, he's not interested in like a theory of perception in general, the way that Maurice Merleau-Ponty was, right? He's not doing empiricism the way the Hume or Locke or those guys, and he's not doing phenomenology in the way that Husserl was, right? His interest in images is the interest in the images that we identify with, right? So he only cares about images so long as the ego is comprised of certain images, right? So we all have, phantasmatic images. Or you think about a kid's room when they're a teenager, they put up posters. Like, okay, they know that they're not really the rock star on the wall in the poster, but they identify. They want to be like that person, right? And so the imaginary for Lacan really is comprised of all of our egoic identifications, all of the images that we find, that are eroticized or that give us a sense of ideal being, like that's what I want to be, right? That's the imaginary for him. Symbolic, that's the system of signifiers, of language, of norms, of practices, of laws, right? It's the social field. It's the matrix of, intelligibility, right? It's what gives meaning to the images that we perceive, right? So, I mean, there's a lot to it, but it kind of is, that's it. Like the symbolic is language and cultural norms and practices. Okay, so a lot of people could go, well, we know what those are. We get that stuff. What about the real? Well, this is where Lacan gets real original, because up to the point in his seminar where he's really just focused on the imaginary and the symbolic, whenever he referred to the real, he just means external reality. Didn't mean anything all that technical. But at a certain point, he realizes, no, what the real is, it's all those things that our symbolic order can't process. It's the things that make our intelligibility glitch out, that are traumatic, that are non-cognizable, that we can't represent, we can't cognitively map. And so the idea is that every symbolic order has these gaps in it. Like it can't make sense of everything. And anybody who can speak more than one language, they'll tell you that once they know another language, they find that there's things they can say in one language they can't say in the other. And so people I know who are multilingual, they'll say that. They'll say, there's actually a type of a certain nodal point of meaning in this other language that I can't have in English, right? Which gets to the finitude or the limitations of English itself. English doesn't make sense of all that there is to make sense of. Well, for Lacan and Zizek, all symbolic matrices are finite. There's no one system of signifiers that's going to make sense of everything. There's always going to be things left out. And it's not just that there's this kind of unrepresentable outside. It's that the system itself generates its own internal contradictions and inconsistencies. So Zizek's a great example of, a symbolic order, a social order that generates its own contradiction is capitalism. And he says, he gets this from Marx, but he says, look, when you really think about the proletariat, it's in a very strange position. And in Sublime Object, he'll say the proletariat is the symptom of capitalism. And what he means is that on the one hand, and this comes from clinical experience, an analyst will tell you that a symptom is not something the patient or the analysand just immediately wants to get rid of. A lot of times they cling to their symptom. And it sounds odd because it is a disruptive thing. It's perplexing. It makes their lives difficult. And yet they actually still unconsciously want to cling to it. And a lot of times, once you do dissolve the symptom, another one will just pop up and they're back to having another conflict and they got to keep staying in analysis. And so Zizek's logic is that there's a social symptom. And so the proletariat, okay, there's no capitalism without wage labor, because on Marx's theory of political economy, it's the extraction of surplus value from the wage laborer that generates the profit, right? It's the engine that moves on capital accumulation. So you got to have a wage laborer who's being systematically exploited, right, through the surplus extraction of his labor power, right? So on the one hand, capitalism absolutely relies on the wage laborer. On the other, the wage laborer, at least in the form of the proletariat, and according to traditional Marxism, is the greatest threat to capitalism at the same time. So the very thing that's an actual anchor that absolutely grounds the capitalist order is the thing that's also its biggest hindrance or biggest threat, right? And in that sense, that's how we're thinking the social antagonism in the pure form. It's not this group against that group. It's not even proletariat versus capitalist. It's that the very structure of capitalist society is contorted, is twisted in this way, right? So it's always going to generate frictions because it itself is based on an intrinsic friction, right? And so, but this is something, this type of intrinsic friction or contradiction or antagonism is something that typical discourse theory leaves out of the equation, right? Because this social antagonism, this is in the real, right? This is something that we're not aware of. It's not part of our sign system, right? And Laclau and Mouffe, the reason that they move in the direction of Lacan is because they recognize that this is like the impossible traumatic kernel of the social field as such, that it has this built-in antagonistic relationship to itself, and that's going to manifest itself in all kinds of different ways. And think about it, the patient in psychoanalysis, they can have many different symptoms across the span of their life, but it's only because they are twisted inside ontologically, that they have an unconscious at their most basic level. That's what gives rise to particular symptoms. But their being itself is symptomal, right? And that's the condition of having any, particular symptom. And so what Laclau and Mouffe in their politics, they're going to say, look, part of what a meaningful politics achieves, it figures out how to take all of these different struggles that are kind of like budding out of the intrinsic struggle, the intrinsic antagonism in society, and they're going to take these different struggles and they're going to quilt them all together, which is to say they're going to give them a sense of unity, which that's where you can get a real political mobilization going, is when you cut across different identity groups, right? Like what they're trying to do with this idea of the nodal point is they're trying to say, look, there's different identity groups with different discourses. How do you unite all of them to get them all on the same page so we can actually get something done? And so they think this is where this idea of the quilting point is absolutely essential. They get this from Lacan. Quilting point is a concept that Lacan develops in Seminar 3. Talks about it a couple other times, but really this is one of these weird moments in Lacan. He presents a really novel, important concept, and then he kind of leaves it alone and doesn't talk about it much after that. And he does this with quilting point. He does it with Das Ding. It's a thing he does. But it eventually, this concept of quilting point gets turned into the concept of the master signifier. So in some way, shape, or form, it sticks around. And the idea here is that what a quilting point does, what a master signifier does, because here we're going to use them interchangeably. Quilting point is master signifier is quilting point, and both of those are what Laclau and Mouffe called nodal point, right? That's their term for it. What this signifier does, it takes a field of differential relationships, a field of antagonistic dynamics, and it gives it a consistency. It gives it an overarching unity. So an example of this is the term communism. Okay, so if you have feminist struggles, and you have LGBTQ struggles, and you have economic struggles and ecological struggles, by pinning the word communism on all of them, you give them a consistent meaning amongst themselves, right? They all become communism. So the term he uses for this is a series of equivalences. And what that means is by putting this master signifier on these different problems and uniting them, you make this feminist struggle communism. You make this ecological struggle communism. You make this economic struggle communism, LGBTQ communism, race struggles communism, right? And it gives a consistency to each one of them. Now, if you see those struggles, and instead of communism, you put the word capitalism on them, what you're going to find is it can unite them just the same, but what it's going to tell you to do to make things better is going to be drastically different than what communism is going to tell you to do to make things better. Same goes if the master signifier is democracy, if it's nationalism, if it's fascism, it's going to unite all of them, but it's going to tell you drastically different things on how to proceed from there, right? And so for Zizek, there's obviously better ways to quilt the field politically and ideologically. Some quiltings are geared towards emancipation, some are not, right? But they're all going to have different effects and have different libidinal dynamics. And these are the type of dynamics that he's going to want to say ideology critique must examine. So, and to talk about this idea of the quilting point, I mean, there's lots we can say about it, but it does different things in different situations, right? And it's operative not just in the level of meaning or ideology, it's operative across all areas of life. So an example I like of this, you guys, the show Cobra Kai on Netflix? Okay, if you don't know about it, basically you guys know the 3 original Karate Kid movies with Ralph Macchio, right? Well, the show started, I don't know, 6 years ago, something like that, called Cobra Kai. And what it did was it went back and it got all the original actors, not just from the first Karate Kid, but from all 3 of them, 1, 2, 3. And so it gets all these actors who had never shared any screen time together, right? And it's funny, like the first 3 Karate Kid movies, yes, there's consistency in them insofar as it's about Daniel and Mr. Miyagi, but beyond that, there's a little bit between 1 and 3, but there's not much consistency. What the new show Cobra Kai did was retroactively went back and created all of this consistency between the 3 original films, right? It retconned them in a way. And so, retroactive continuity, retconning, right? And that's what this quilting point does, right? At the political level. You have different struggles. They seem to be fragmented, no unity. It steps in and gives them a unity that, on the basis of which you can mobilize and turn into an effective politics. Okay, but Zizek's going to say Laclau and Mouffe, they left out a couple essential aspects to thinking about ideology, because even though they're drawing on Lacan and they're thinking in terms of the quilting point, they're not utilizing these other concepts in Lacan the way that Zizek is. So in Beyond Discourse Analysis, the 2 big sections, the one on the subject of antagonism and the one on fantasy, right? These are Zizek's contributions to ideology critique. And he's going to say, look, to talk about the subject of the antagonism, what does that mean? Okay. So Althusser has this famous theory of interpolation. And what is interpolation? Well, it has everything to do with the production of good, proper social citizens, social subjects, right? And so Althusser says that interpolation occurs when some figure of authority says, hey, you there, right? And it doesn't matter if they're talking to you or somebody else. The point is you identify yourself with the you. Like you hear yourself being called or addressed in this kind of a authoritative decree. And so the hey you, it makes you go, oh wait, there's some sort of powerful authority that expects certain things from me. I have to behave accordingly. Otherwise, I'm going to suffer the consequences. That authority is not going to be very happy with me. And so Althusser has this idea of there's repressive state apparatuses, which would be the cops and the military and stuff. But honestly, more importantly for him is what he calls ideological state apparatuses, which are the institutions that train us in how to be good little social selves, right? So school and university and jobs, right? They all teach us how to be functioning social citizens. Now, on the one hand, we've got to have this. This has to occur on some level. I know certain types that would go, no, like we need to destroy all forms of authority or interpolation. I can't envision how anything like a meaningful world exists without interpolation, which is basically it's kind of another way of talking about symbolic castration in the Lacanian sense, which just means prohibition, the assimilation of prohibition into one's psyche. That I understand that the fundamental quilting point for me, like the quilting point of all quilting points, the great context setter or intelligibility organizer, right? The signifier that clicks everything into place on the most fundamental level is the no, which is no, I can't do whatever I want, whenever I want, however I want, right? That is the fundamental level of entering society as a social being, right? Now, so Althusser is going to have this theory of interpolation, and for him, the only type of subject there is the one that's interpolated, the one that, and again, what is interpolation? It's basically an identity that the other gives you. So if you're a little kid and you're a boy, you know, your parents are going to tell you you're their son, right? And then if they have another kid, so you have a sister, you're her big brother, right? All of these come with certain duties or expectations that, and you didn't just spontaneously take them on, they were imposed on you by the other, right? So you are caught up in this web of identities and duties that comes from the other. And if to be able to accept that is to be a social self. If you don't accept any of this, you're what Lacan calls a psychotic. So most of us are neurotics because we, on some level, accept that we have to play by the rules, but we do it begrudgingly. And then we have our little hidden fantasies about not obeying the rules and getting all the enjoyment. And this is, you know, fantasy is the haven for the neurotic, right? That's where we get our revenge on society. And so, point is, interpolation gives us our symbolic mandated self, right? So that's the subject that Althusser has in mind. It's the symbolic subject of custom, duty, etc. And the point of interpolation is essentially to make manageable, predictable, reliable, dependable social subjects, right? Which we got to have, right? But the point is, for Zizek, yeah, but while that's true, it leaves something essential out, which is to say, there's also the subject of the unconscious or the subject of the real, that you yourself are never fully identical to your symbolic mandate, to your symbolic identity. There's always a leftover or a remnant or an excess of you that is never captured by your symbolic identity. And this is the friction that we always are living in. We know that given our facticity, our relationships to family members and our jobs, etc., there are certain things I have to do to, at least on some level, kind of meet the demands and the responsibilities I have in relation to other people. But then you also feel like you're selling yourself short, that you're compromising, that you're not your true self, that you're not living your best life, right? And this tension in us is generated by the fact that there's always a remainder. Like we're the beings that just can't be nice little puppets, right? Of course, we have to understand there's rules, etc. But we're always going to have this other dimension of, yeah, but I'm not that. right? And this is why Lacan and Zizek, they're going to talk about this split subject or the subject of the real as a negative subject, right? Because it's not a substance, it's not material stuff, it's not mental stuff the way that Descartes thought about it. What it is, the closest we can come to it, is just saying it is not our symbolic identities. It's that sense, it's that part of our subjectivity that defies representation, that that always seeks to undermine our our represented selves in the symbolic order. And that's why I'm not going to make a full on identification here between them, because this gets into a lot of nuance. But this is why there's a link between death drive and the negative subject, because death drive is this enjoyment we get in undermining our symbolic identities, right? And so this is this kind of inner intrinsic antagonism within ourselves. We have a symbolic mandated identity, and yet we have the subject of our desire, and the subject that seeks jouissance, which is jouissance is what the law prohibits, right? And so the part of us that wants our full jouissance is always at odds with the part that compromises and submits to the law. And so we're always caught up in this sense of, like, Lacan's idea of the ethics of psychoanalysis is thou shalt not give ground relative to your desire, which is to say, to take up the ethical position is to actually say, I'm not compromising my enjoyment, right? Now, that's strange, right? It's strange to think, like, wait a second, like, how's that the ethical position? But it's the ethical position because it has this odd homologous relationship to Kant's categorical imperative. Now, if you know Kant's categorical imperative, he says, like, the only thing that's like an ethical maxim, right? The pure ethical maxim is the one that's universalizable, right? But the problem is, if you say, like, okay, I can't will lying because if everybody lied, I wouldn't be able to lie, right? But the real core issue of this is that for Kant, it doesn't matter if what the moral act is, if what is moral brings about all kinds of negative effects in society, it doesn't matter. You still have to do it for Kant, right? Because that's what the maxim decrees. It doesn't care about the consequences, right? This is why Kant is a deontologist and not a consequentialist, right? He doesn't care if what the ethical maxim, like, if it results in terrible situations in the world, you just have to follow it. Well, that's what it's like. That's the maxim of our drive. I don't care about it, the effects. I have to stubbornly pursue this no matter what, right? And if you don't pursue the jouissance of your drive, then you're going to be caught up with a sense of letting yourself down. Even if what you did, like, on a utilitarian level, you would say, well, on utilitarian grounds, I did what's good for society. Yeah, but you're going to beat yourself up about it too. And that's this weird logic of, like, we're caught up in what the law says is good and like a general sense of the general good. But then there's the law of our drive in an odd sense. That is the law of doing what we want, whenever we want, however we want, right? And so we're caught up in this torsion between these two laws. And so, just like us, the social law is also twisted up in this way. So Zizek says, look, the social law, which is what does it's the big other, it's the one that interpolates us. It's twisted too. And what he means is, like, look, I kind of alluded to this earlier, but let's talk about it in a little more detail. So the social law is going to have explicit rules, and it's going to say, this, in America, okay, so we work hard and we believe in personal freedom. There's a whole list of things that are considered explicit American values, right? Well, okay, fine. But if you live here and you're immersed in that, you also know that there's implicit rules that get you out of doing certain things, right? Like, you know how to bend the rules, but you don't I mean, this whole like thing of the implicit bending of the rules, it's still operative at the level of meaning, right? Because you know, on some, it's not unconscious, it might be pre-conscious. You have some fuzzy recollection of how to navigate all this stuff, right? And to bend the rules, right? Okay, so that's like what I like to kind of call this the day law. This is the day, the what, you know, during the day, what a society would say are its operating values, right? It's like, okay, we get it. Point is, though, every symbolic order also has its night law, right? Which is all of the obscene rituals or games or transgressions that operate beneath the surface, right? Now, one of the filmmakers who maybe did a better job of capturing this dynamic, probably the best, is David Lynch in Blue Velvet, right? You start off with this serene scene of nice all-American suburbia, but when you zoom in to the ground, you see this chaos of bugs and everything. And then throughout the film, you see that there's this quaint little kind of, I don't know, mountain suburban town, right? There's all kinds of criminal dynamics operating at night, you know. So Lynch was very much tapped into this duality or antagonism within small town America, right? And so, but what Lynch is seeing in small town America, Zizek is going to formalize. He's going to say this is true of all symbolic orders. And so, one of Zizek's great examples, I think this is in the reading for week 3 on superego. He says, look, if you were to talk to the white Southerners during the era of slavery down there, right? And you were to ask them what their core values are, you know what they would they tell you? They give you all this stuff about Christianity and love of their neighbor and blah blah blah, and you know they give you all of this nice Christian rhetoric, but then what actually sustained those communities were lynchings and beatings and all of these terrible racial atrocities, right? And so that's what Zizek's trying to get at here. Same with the military. The military would tell you, oh, you know, we run a clean show here. We do everything by the book. And then, you know, there's all kinds of hazing rituals and all kinds of forms of bullying, et cetera, that go on beneath this, you know, underneath, right? And that dimension, again, that source of enjoyment in the law, that's what helps us reproduce the system. Is that the system that says you can't enjoy turns around and in this kind of unspoken dynamic gives us certain forms of enjoyment, and that's what keeps us hooked on the reproduction of that system. And that's what takes us beyond discourse analysis, because we're not just talking about language, we're talking about this libidinal glue called jouissance, right? And so let's see what else I got here. Well, let me just pause there. Like maybe there's some other stuff, but check in with you, Dave, for a second.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah.
So, you know, assuming some people who really are new to this and haven't actually gone through Lacan and Zizek 101, the free stuff, I just kind of want to touch on this libidinal glue thing and kind of bring in the idea of, you know, so, I mean, and maybe you can set me right if I'm not thinking of this right, Mikey, but basically the way I think of it is like there's the ideals that in some sense motivate you or like orient you. And then there's the shit that you keep doing that undermines that. And so it's like, you know, oh, I want to have a 6-pack and I want to go on runs and I want to go on hikes and I want to, so you got all these things that you want to do, but then you're like, oh yeah, but I also like to eat all these things that I can't be eating if I actually want to look like that, right? That's just like probably a pretty easy example. Or, oh, I want to be a good father, but also I want to be a serial killer. I don't know. Like that, you'll have your drive has this one thing. I know. It's
All right, that's a random ass pivot. Like you gotta, You got to tell them you just watched this movie Trapped. Like that's makes
Yeah,
no
I know.
sense.
I know. Yeah. So I just watched this movie Trap, and that was I did a little analysis on it on the channel. But anyway,
No, look, a more concrete example
Yeah.
is you want to be a good dad, but you still want to live your party lifestyle, right? You still want to go out all the time. You don't want to be at home. You don't want to spend time with the kid. You want to still, you know, you still want to live the young life and do all that. I've seen my friends struggle with this, right? They're caught between both. And if it goes on too long, it causes some real trouble for them.
right. And so I mean, the reason this matters at the level of a society and social cohesion is also at the level of social change. Any approach that wants to banish all forms of obscene enjoyment or anything that's not ideal from the social system is going to undermine the ability for people to have some kind of cohesion or social fabric. And so yeah, it doesn't have to be lynchings and it doesn't have to be racism, but it's going to have to be something, right? And so whether that's gambling or every full moon we're going to sacrifice somebody, whatever, we got to have something. I think that's kind of what it's getting at, right?
And what you find is that every society that's ever existed has had these kind of rituals built into them. Bataille was very much focused on examining them. And in this essay, it's interesting, right? Like one of the things that he says is that Yahweh, the God of the Bible, like he's the one who really is like, no, there's no room for jouissance here, right? He very much outlaws jouissance with his law. And so whereas like paganism or these different ancient religions, sexuality was part of it. They would have orgies, they would have feasts. All of that is banished with Judaism. And it's he is the kind of the image of the primal father. He monopolizes all the jouissance. Now in the Bible, he gets pissed off all the time and wipes out people and unleashes, right? But only he really has the right to do this. Or you look at the Old Testament, sometimes he would tell, go in and, wipe out these people, but it's always him doing it indirectly, right? It was his command. So basically he monopolizes all of it. Nobody else can access it whenever they want. And so, that's this weird shift in religion, is that up until then, sex core aspect of how you contact the sacred. And then with Jehovah, it's a radically non-sexual form of relationship to the divine. And so, and that's where you get into seeing like how these different libidinal dynamics are at work in paganism versus Judaism. And then, things are different with Christianity. And so, but that's what Zizek starts to give us the tools to be able to think through.
And in a way, we could say that is. I mean, I understand this is going to be a problem, maybe for Zizek, but or at least for Todd, but this kind of gets at the Dionysian versus the Apollonian, right?
So I mean, like I wrote a thing where I was dealing with this. Look, that Apollonian and Dionysian, it's very close to the distinction between pleasure and jouissance. But the Apollonian and the Dionysian is a reworking of Kant's distinction between the beautiful and the sublime. So really, Chris Catron was right. It's all in Kant. Go for the age barrels. But no, look, of course, if you go to Kant's aesthetics and you read what he says about beauty and the sublime, no, it's not going to give you the tools to understand how jouissance is working throughout your day-to-day life and in your workspace and in political. No, it's not going to give you access to that at all. But it does lay the foundation for the distinction between, a state of harmonious equilibrium and this other thing of like pleasure and pain with excessive stimulation, right? So yeah, I mean that I see there being a kind of chain of how these concepts have developed, and look, that I don't think Lacan was really drawing on Kant's distinction between beauty and sublime, or then Schopenhauer takes that up, and then Nietzsche reworks it into Apollonian Dionysian. But um, really, Lacan just sees this shift in Freud, where Freud, for the beginning portion of his work, focused on pleasure, and then with beyond the pleasure principle, he makes this discovery of this other dimension that he can't make sense of certain clinical phenomena by simply using the model of pleasure. There's something else going on where people repeat traumatic experiences. It doesn't make sense according to the pleasure principle. Why are they putting themselves into a situation of disarray and overstimulation, right? And so he has to posit this thing called the death drive, that works in against and with the pleasure principle in different ways. So, see, we got a question here.
Yeah. So I've heard you say that Lacan said right, like don't give way to your desire. And I've also heard you say jouissance is evil. But if I understand this right, and jouissance and death drive, are they interchangeable or no?
More or less, yeah.
Why does Zizek say don't give way to your drive? Doesn't he take the other side on that? Like what's going on there?
I've never seen him say that.
He's never okay, I might have just misunderstood that.
Yeah, he's the one who says, look, like this idea of the ethics of desire, it doesn't really make sense to talk about it in terms of desire. It's really an ethics of drive, because desire is always already contaminated or compromised because it's the desire of the other. And it's not just one person's, other's desire. It's a multitude of others. There's some aspect of your mom's desire you get when you're a kid, your father's, your grandmother's, your kindergarten teacher, like they all have an effect on you. And so really, if there's any kind of like stubborn, persistent aspect of your libidinal economy, it would be drive more so than desire.
So when he says don't give way to your desire or follow your desire, he's not saying necessarily pick desire over jouissance or jouissance over the desire. He's saying that you kind of have to resolve that contradiction.
Well, the whole point is like that's the friction, right? Is like if you're not desiring, there's nothing eroticized because you're not lacking. So to have jouissance is to actually, like, if you had the situation which we can't attain, but if you had pure unadulterated jouissance, it would no longer be jouissance. You just wouldn't be a desiring subject at all, and it wouldn't be eroticized, right? It's the lack and then fantasizing about having it that makes it enticing jouissance. And so it's this whole, it's the Mobius strip thing where jouissance is in the lack is in jouissance, etc. That's the hard thing with Lacan, right? It's keeping these different distinctions on this Mobius strip, where if you think about one long enough, you realize it turns into the other, and then you walk that through, it turns back into the other one. So it can be perplexing at first to figure out how all these different concepts fit on the strip.
So it's not very instructive to say follow your desire, because you're gonna run into a contradiction. It's gonna fall.
No, what he's saying, like when you say the ethics of desire, what they're trying to say is that you have to at least own up to what your fundamental drive is. It's owning up to it. Look, if your fundamental drive, Dave used the extreme example because he saw the movie, but if the extreme example is you the worst kind of thing, being a serial killer, right? Like you're not doing yourself any favors by denying you have that impulse. Now, that's the thing, is like, is Lacan saying, oh, go act on it? No, it's more of take an authentic stance towards what your unconscious drive is propelling you towards, opposed to, obfuscating it or disidentifying with it. Like you have to take an authentic stance on what your fundamental jouissance is, if the analysis is going to move forward. So no, it's not like Lacan is saying, oh, just go commit any heinous act. Of course not. It's more of saying own up, take responsibility for what your drive is.
Okay, I think I understand. So you're saying you can't disavow your unconscious desires, is basically what he's saying.
Yeah, he's saying you got to own up to that other side of yourself. Again, Lacan and Zizek would give me shit for this, but you got to own up to the shadow self, right? You got to own up that part of yourself that you don't want to see yourself in, that you don't want to identify with, and you got to take responsibility for that.
Mikey, I think it's interesting that you started. I mean, and this is only today that you started talking about the shadow self in this sort of way. But it makes sense, because if we're going to talk about the ideal ego and the ego ideal, well, then wouldn't there be the opposite of that, right?
The anti-ideal ego or something. But really, it's not so much an image, right? Although, look, so there, if you take the Borromean knot, right, there are images that they would consider to be real, like images that are so hard to look at, like, if you're ever on Twitter, which is, we all know, a cesspool. If you're scrolling Twitter, at some point you're going to get a really horrific gore video where you're just like, okay, like that came out of nowhere. I do not want to look at that, right? That image is like an image of the real. Like, you can't bring that image into your everyday, phenomenological experience of scrolling Twitter. Something breaks down. You can't look at it. So, but no, it's not. Drive is essentially, like, that's his whole point. Drive, jouissance. Yeah, we can kind of give them images like, okay, is Freddy Krueger be a pure image of nightmarish drive? Yeah, fine. But ultimately, throughout history, yeah, there's been the concept of the double, right? There's been ways of trying to image eyes, the jouissance side of ourselves, the part that, how's it always presented? It's uninhibited, it's unrestrained, it does what it wants whenever it wants, right? And so there are ways of presenting it imagistically, but ultimately it's important for us to realize, like, it's not really any sort of even an image at all that we're aspiring to. It's more of an intensity, right?
And is in terms of drive and jouissance, can we just say the way that they're related for simplicity's sake is that jouissance is like the goal or the product of the drive?
Well, yeah, because the whole thing is, with us as human beings, we don't have instincts. This is the problem with how Freud gets translated in English. The word trieb and the word instinct both get translated as instinct. And it totally,
Right.
Obfuscates the distinction between animal instincts and human drives. And so for us as human beings, because we're caught up in this system of language, it's based on how Lacan conceptualizes what language is, that language is the murder of the thing, which is to say, a thing is almost more present in the word than it is in its physical, concrete reality. I mean, think about it. Like, if I look at a tree, I could go, see, there's the tree, right? It's right there in front of my face, and I'm perceiving it. And there's a temptation to say that, see, the tree is more present in my perception of it than in the word tree. But in reality, tree, the word, if I Google it or whatever, I can learn much more about trees just via the word than I can by going out in my backyard and staring at the tree, right? It's like the word tree is a container for all the knowledge that we have about trees. And so there's a weird sense where the tree is more in the word tree than in the actual experience of a tree. And because of that, we ourselves are more in the word, our name, right? Or the core signifiers that stand in for us or represent us, than we are in our concrete reality, right? So we are always, just like, this is what I was saying, like, you have your symbolically mandated, interpolated self, which it's these key, yes, it's going to be your actual name, Dave, but it's also going to be, you're a son, your husband, like it's all these core signifiers attached to Dave, right? They all give you a web of mandated duties, and yet you're not reducible to that. There's always a surplus view that is always going to resist those mandates, resent those mandates, war against those mandates, and it's this friction that you're in because of language, right? Because language is what makes it possible for us to even have these ideal images that we aspire to, right? Because we can take the ideal image of ourselves and the thought of ourselves and quilt them with the word Dave or Mikey, right? It's what gives unity to our idealized selves and our concrete self too. So it's language that makes all of these strange human dynamics possible, and because of that, it can derails our libidinal economies. And the point is, so because of language, something that isn't present can now be present. Well, we start to be able to do this with images, right? So this is what, like, okay, I am not currently a multimillionaire, but I can imagine myself winning the lottery, and I think about all the great jouissance I could have if I won the lottery, right? But the point is, it's language that's making this connection between this thought in my head and all this possible. And so, yeah, it's this derailment of the fact that we can imagine having greater enjoyment than we currently have in our fantasy space that gets us outside of instinct, right? I mean, the key psychoanalytic example is just, babies end up enjoying sucking on the breast just for the enjoyment of sucking on the breast, right? That's why you will replace the nipple with a pacifier, or the baby will start sucking its thumb. Its oral drive just enjoys the excessive stimulation of sucking, right? Whereas animals have more, at least, generally speaking, more of a kind of homeostatic instinctual relationship to, like, okay, they stop breastfeeding once they've had enough, etc. Yes, you could say there's exceptions, but the point is, it's through language and our ability to fantasize that we are kind of derailed against homeostasis, and open up this sphere of excess, right? That the drive is going to base itself around.
That's great. And by the way, I'm sorry, I didn't realize that there was a cue when I started talking earlier, guys. So let's, the way I see it, it looks like it's Neil, then Jeff, then TJ again.
Yeah, Mikey, just a sort of two-part question. I mean, first part, can we, we're separating like the big other and superego, but aren't they both just the laws dialectical? In other words, the law says obey and transgress at the same time. That internal contradiction.
Totally. That's the way I think about it. I think the big other is, and the superego, they're both on that same Mobius strip, right? Like the explicit law is the big other, and the obscene supplement, that's the superegoic forms of enjoyment that we're mandated to follow.
Yeah. So the more important question is, does society break down when that dialectical is actually falling apart? In other words, I'm going to give a simple example, like something like gambling, where we're told incessantly to gamble. It's all on our phones, the TV, the advertisements, every sporting event, we now gamble. Where the point is, was there a law, even a social norm not to gamble now?
Yeah, and I mean that's part of this new generation of Lacanians are really focused on this, like Dwayne Roussel and Mark Murphy. They're taking up this insight from Jacques-Alain Millier called generalized foreclosure. But like the way Dwayne takes it is he's saying, like, look, more and more we're mandated with just jouissance. He doesn't talk about the superego much, and maybe that's where I would differ with him on this, but because I'd want to talk about it in terms of enjoyment. But yeah, I mean, what you find, Byung-Chul Han is also actually good on this, where he's aware of like burnout society. Like we are so overstimulated at this point because we think we're just supposed to enjoy ourselves all the time, right? Like this is this weird kind of consumeristic ideal life of just constant enjoyment that when you lock yourself into that dynamic, less and less is eroticized. You have less and less jouissance, and you're just kind of suffocated in overstimulation, but in a non-eroticized way, right? It's actually Kierkegaard was great on this even back in his time, where he talks about like the deadlocks that the aesthete gets in with living just the aesthetic lifestyle. Like, I'm only going to live for my pleasure. And what Kierkegaard realizes, like, yeah, but the very thing that prevents you from having the thing you're chasing is your lifestyle. Like just the pursuit of pleasure itself makes life unpleasurable. And so for Kierkegaard, the existential dialectic would be like, oh, okay, this is the dead end. I got to try a different mode of existence. And so you make the leap into the ethical. But yeah, like, and so this is why Slavoj is always talking about, like, look, he doesn't want to go back to like traditional society where it's just this like repressive no, this, you can't enjoy it. If you transgress, blah, 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 we'll burn you at the stake. He doesn't want to do that. But he also sees how the superego, lifestyle comes with all of its own deadlocks and problems. And he thinks that really what the best dynamic would be some sort of social authority that says, enjoy or don't enjoy, it's up to you. You can do either. Where, like, yeah, like on the one hand, it's like, okay, certain ways of life aren't ideal. They're not the best. I'm not going to, sit here and say they're great. But ultimately, you're free to live your life the way you want. But I'm not mandating you enjoy. Like, it's kind of this third kind of phase space where there's a little bit of prohibition, but it's not the old school repressive type. And at the same time, it's not just telling you just live in the immediacy of your enjoyment either, right? So he's at least at times tried to think through what an alternative social dynamic would be like. Jeff?
Cool, thanks. First of all, I want to say thanks for this. It's great so far. And despite your throat troubles, you seem to be getting stronger as you go, which is impressive. So
I'm just more and more numb, right? I'm just
sure. I wanted to mention, you mentioned the what's in the text about Judaism and the denial of jouissance. And it's interesting, or it struck me as interesting because having recently been reading Seminar 16, there's a lot in there where Lacan's talking about Pascal and Jansenism, and there's apparently rumors that Lacan was at some point, or maybe still was at that time, a Jansenist. And also he quotes Ecclesiastes a couple times in there, which is interesting in light of what you said to me, because Ecclesiastes is like the least religious part of, the Bible and the Old Testament. It's the sort of, all is vanity, but also know that the gods have already approved everything you've done, which is very much more in line with something that you would see Lacan sort of getting behind.
Yeah. No, I mean, there's a lot of good stuff in Seminar 16. I mean, it's this whole wager on the life of jouissance, right? Which ultimately, like, that's the life that religion's going to tell you to give up. But no, the Ecclesiastes things is interesting too. So I don't know if you know, but I was raised a Christian fundamentalist Baptist, and so the way we read it though is, Ecclesiastes. You go to a Baptist church, they'll say, look, what the book is doing is it's leading you through all of the different philosophies that men can have. And it's like this image of Solomon saying, it's almost like God said, okay, I'm going to let you get to actually do the experiment. Go test out all of the different world's philosophies, try to live all of these different existential positions, right? And see where it gets you. And so how does the book end? It ends, I'm paraphrasing, but basically I found that nothing's better than obeying God and keeping his commandments. Right.
Yeah, apparently. So, the editor, whichever
heard,
was, the editor gets in there and goes, yeah, this is all great. And just remember, worship God, Yeah.
But like, you notice like that quilting point, somebody is like, that's essential. We got to quilt it.
Right.
Quilting point. Right. And it retroactively, if that's how you quilt that book. I mean, it's a great example of quilting point, actually. Like, no, we can't just let this kind of free philosophical speculation occur, we have to quilt it back into the Bible, and it does. But it's a great example of the nodal point that retroactively changes everything that came before it.
For sure. Thanks.
Yeah. TJ?
All right. So I confess I didn't get through the entire introductory reading, but I got through enough of it to have a question, because he was talking about the an example from Hegel, the bondsman and the Lord, to demonstrate how repression is somehow externalized, or how the split subject is somehow externalized. I never read Hegel. I don't know what example he's talking about. Could you like give a brief sketch of what that is?
Yeah. That's
Lord
it's from this very, very famous part of the phenomenology of spirit, in a part on self-consciousness. And what Hegel does is he says, like, self-consciousness basically splits in two, with the master and the slave, or the Lord and the bondsman. And basically there's this kind of dialectical struggle between these two positions. And the point is, for Hegel, is that the position of the master basically dead ends. It's a kind of a cul-de-sac, existentially speaking. Like, you can't really progress beyond it. You're just stuck in arrested development there. And it's the slave, or the bondsman, who learns to be clever, who learns to work the land, who learns to be self-sufficient, right? In doing that for the master, the bondsman is actually developing towards freedom, right? And so, because the master just relies entirely on the bondsman, he's dependent on the bond. He's more of the slave in the long trajectory, right? The aristocratic masters throughout history, they couldn't work the fields. They wouldn't know how to produce the food or anything. Like, even to this day, like, you go work in a typical warehouse, the guys who own the place couldn't do shit to get anything done. It's the guys who are, working the floors and all that are pulling the orders and making the deliveries. So even today, this dynamic is true in some sense. But look, I mean, the point that Zizek's making here with the dialectic between Lord and bondsman is, he says, look, yes, if we view these two as empirical human beings, then obviously, yes, the Lord is only the Lord because he's enslaved the slave. And the slave is only a slave because he's submitted to the Lord, right? And so it is a symmetrical relationship. But he goes on to add, yeah, but that's only if we're thinking in empirical terms about this person and that person, right? Once you realize that the social field itself is intrinsically antagonistic, then it becomes asymmetrical, right? Like, the point is, it's at the level of the antagonism at the social field, it's always the oppressed who are having to fight against this social conflict, this antagonism. And this has nothing to do with empirical personalities, right? This has to do with a structural dynamic that the oppressed are having to deal with. And so, in that sense, at the pure level of the social field, it's not a dialectical or a mutually constitutive dynamic. It's that the social antagonism is affecting these subjects over here in a negative way, and over here it's not doing that to this other group. But yeah, so he wants to say, like, don't get caught up so much in thinking antagonism in these empirical, basically like identity politics forms. You got to burrow down to the deeper structural logic of the social field itself to see how the field itself is affecting certain members of that society. Because the point is, it's not like, oh, we get rid of the masters and then everything's great. Like, that's kind of the takeaway, is kind of reconciling ourselves. Just like the point is to reconcile ourselves, to drive, not so much act on it, but reconcile ourselves and take responsibility for it. It's also recognizing that whatever we do politically, it's not going to bring about some harmonious utopia. New antagonisms, new struggles are going to be generated. The fight is to have better antagonisms to deal with, right? But not to expect to ever reach some pure harmonious state.
Just one more thing, because I'm still a little fuzzy on that. There was like an emphasis on external repression, or some like self-imposed block.
Mhm.
Could you?
Sure.
What was he referring to there exactly?
So what he's getting at here, this is a common theme when you get into Lacan and Zizek and Todd McGowan. They're going to emphasize this, where, like, honestly, like, he doesn't address it explicitly here, but what he's doing is he's really giving you his concept of the dialectic as such, which is, there's a way when you get into Hegel, people will tell you that the dialectic works like this, that you have one thing that is what it is by itself, basically a substance. And you have another thing that is what it is. And those two things collide in a battle. And then somehow those two things mix or are synthesized into a new thing. And then that new thing comes in conflict with something else. And so the point is, if that's how we think about the dialectic, then it's always an external repression or an external opposition, right? It's me, I am what I am over here, right? And then I enter into an opposition with another thing, and we have a battle between ourselves. But that's exactly this type of external opposition. This is what Zizek wants us to reject. This is not dialectics for him. For him, real dialectics is understanding how one thing itself is internally divided, how one thing is split from within. And that goes back to this Mobius strip thing and non-orientable surfaces. Another term I haven't said today is extimacy, but that's going to be this term of like external intimacy, or, you know, it's this idea that the thing that's other to me, that I take to be other, is that, which again would be drive, like my forms of jouissance. I would totally reject them and say, that's not me, when in fact they make up the core of my being, right? And that's the part he wants you to take responsibility for and own up to. Like, no, that's actually the core of who you are, is these excessive modes of enjoyment that you want to disavow, that you don't want to identify with. And so, like in Phenomenology of Spirit, for a long time I tried to read phenomenology on the basic idea, thesis, antithesis, synthesis, or thing, opposed thing, reconciled thing, new opposite, like, and it doesn't work. And I was trying to impose this hermeneutic form, this formal interpretation on the text, and it doesn't work, because what Hegel's really doing is he's going through different forms of experience, different modes of consciousness, and he's showing how each one basically has its own ideal image of itself, what it thinks it is, what it likes, what it aspires to be. And he shows how it intrinsically fails to be that, right? And it's through the failure of each one that it leads thought to posit new ways of experiencing things. But it's these internal dialectical splits that make up the core of dialectics for Zizek, and not this one thing comes into opposition with another thing.
Okay, yeah, that helps.
Cool.
Do we have time for two more, or do you want to get back to it?
Yeah, let's do it.
Okay,
No, let's
so we
do
got
it. Well,
Zachary, then we got Ian.
Yeah. So I was just wondering what you think about this. I was thinking about the terminology of depth drive and the pleasure principle. And I was thinking, would it not make more sense to kind of flip the terminology and call the depth drive the life drive and the pleasure principle the depth drive? Because the pleasure principle seeks equilibrium, but equilibrium itself is death, basically. It's a nothingness. And so when we seek excitation through the depth drive, what we're really seeking is some kind of Dionysian life affirmation, you could say. And any system that doesn't allow for this kind of secret hidden way to enjoy wouldn't be able to sustain itself. So any system needs a way to allow for a depth drive in order to live, almost. So yeah, I was just wondering what you think about that.
So here's the thing, like the way that Zizek and Lacan reconceptualize this is like, yeah, I mean, on Freudian terms, I get what you're saying, but if we're going to be really accurate, what Lacan and Zizek are talking about is like the unlife drive, right? So Lacan in Seminar 7, he makes this distinction, and he talks about the being between two deaths, the space between two deaths. And the two deaths are, one, your social self, like your social reputation, you can kill that, right? So in a sense, your position in society has been destroyed, but you are still technically biologically alive. And then the second death would be the death of your biological body. But for Lacan and Zizek, jouissance is kind of in this space in between where it's more death than death, or it's more life than life. And this is why he always uses the examples of like zombies, right? To kind of give an image of what jouissance is, because it's almost like a more stubborn form of life, right? And so, yeah, I mean, Lacan and Zizek will tell you that death drive is not actually oriented towards zero in the sense, like, yeah, it's oriented towards social zero, like it enjoys breaking our social self down, right, and destroying our interpolated duties and going against that, but it doesn't directly seek a return to being in an inanimate state the way that Freud thought it did. And so, yeah, this is why, Zizek he thinks the undead is a closer image to what jouissance is than like we just literally want to die. That's not what the drive is chasing actually. Now, certain forms of jouissance can, have effects on our health, and in the long run we pay the price for that, but that's not their target. The target is breaking apart our social identities. So that's why he calls it the space between two deaths.
And for me, something that really unlocked that was just thinking in terms of most of these are not drives for actual suicide, but a lot of them are a drive for a kind of symbolic suicide. That's
it. That's right. What the symbolic suicide is, what the death drive is far more about when it comes to death. Which
then creates a problem if you wanted to make a law or make a society that kind of embraced this principle. It would be almost impossible or contradictory, right? Because the point is that something has to be prohibited so that you can, like, the kind of enjoyment we're talking about, you do need it, but it can only come when it's prohibited, right?
Well, that's the point, is like, that's why Lacanians and Deleuze-Guattarians are never going to see eye to eye on this, which is to say, Deleuze-Guattarians say, look, if you want a world of where desire thrives, you got to abolish the signifier, abolish the superego, abolish the law, abolish the big other, right? You have to abolish all of these social mechanisms that impose certain duties and identities on you. And instead, you got to let the free creative flow of your desiring machines do what they spontaneously will do, right? And the point for Lacan and Zizek is like, this is naive, because what you've just done is undermine the very conditions of jouissance. Like, there's nothing eroticizable in this kind of uninhibited, like, to be uninhibited is to not fantasize, it's to not eroticize. And so the fundamental lesson of psychoanalysis is that prohibition is eroticization. And so, but this is where, they're gonna say, well, then you just are libidinally invested in fascism because you want to hold up these mechanisms of prohibition and authority. And we want to go, well, we think you're naive because you don't get that the thing you're trying to liberate would be completely demolished if you did what you say you want to do. And so, this is, we have our disagreements here. Zachary?
Actually, it's Ian
great.
now.
Yeah, cheers.
Yeah, hi, Mikey. So, two things. One, in the text, the Beyond Discourse analysis, he uses the example of Kafka, of the little story of the guardian with at the door that the guy wants to go, and he's always like, you can go, like, I can let you in, it's always open. And then he uses the trial, right? And that is him explaining how the character of K experience like that Moebius strip that he goes from the naive, or like the thinking of the, like what you were saying, like their rules switching into the obscene part of how the system works. Like, is that correct to say?
So look, like the thing with what he's doing with Kafka here, okay, this is going to be a refrain through all his work. He's going to keep coming back to this thing with Kafka and the door and all of that. But and this takes up the majority of that section on fantasy. So a couple things about this section. One, he basically is linking fantasy to the super egoic dimension of the law. And I get why he's doing that, but like that's something, there's more nuance there that he should have added on how, the relationship between fantasy and superego works. So it's like he talks about fantasy at the very beginning, and then it's almost like he doesn't bring fantasy up again. But you have to realize like he's aligning fantasy with that superegoic underside of the law, right? And that our social fantasies structure our superegoic forms of enjoyment. That's what he's implicitly saying, right? Without actually saying it. Now, the whole thing with the law, we would have to really unpack it to do it justice. But the point is, the reason I'm hesitant to go into all this is every time he talks about it in different ways. So you could do a whole project of like, let me go through and gather up every time Zizek talks about the whole thing with Kafka and the door and the law and all that, and compare and contrast like what he's doing differently each time. Because I don't know if I feel like there's really a definitive interpretation of this. It's like almost like an infinite wellspring of philosophical inspiration for him. He's always getting something new out of this. But what I can't say, like, let's focus, like, what is his main point here, right? For him, like, the main point is that, let's see, in his own work, Zizek will make constant reference to Kafka's work. But the point of bringing in Kafka here is to show how the psychological type of woman is the law itself. The woman here is the stand-in for the law. So that's what, like, hopefully that quotes what he did in this whole section, which is just to say, like, the way that Kafka, presents the psychological type of woman is just his way of concretizing the law itself. He's saying, this is how I view the law. So his concept of the law is really embodied in these different figures of the woman, right? And so, like, there's this quote here on 240 or 254. Confronted with such an image of woman, Kafka doesn't succumb to the usual critical feminist temptation of demonstrating how this figure is the product of a certain social discursive conditions, of opposing to it the outlines of another type of femininity, etc. His gesture is much more subversive. He wholly accepts this Weinerian, not sure how to pronounce that, portrait of woman as a psychological type, but he makes it occupy an unheard of, unprecedented place, the place of the law. This is perhaps, as we already pointed out by Stach, the elementary operation of Kafka, this short circuit between the feminine substance, psychological type, and the place of the law. Smeared over by an obscene vitality, the law itself, in a traditional perspective of pure, neutral universality, assumes the features of a heterogeneous, inconsistent bricolage penetrated with jouissance. So this is just his way in this essay of getting to this aspect of the law that's usually ignored. Like, again, we think the law is this objective, universal set of values and norms. Well, what you find is it's this weird, cobbled together network of obscene, transgressive forms of enjoyment, like underneath the surface, right? And so he thinks that the psychological type of woman in Kafka is an embodiment of that obscene dimension of jouissance. And that's, I mean, that's what he's getting.
Yeah, no, I think that's super cool because I definitely see that also in the character of the metamorphosis of the sister. But, well, like, that's further. And then the other question is, do you think it would be fair to make a connection between Marshall McLuhan, like his emphasis on understanding the medium and how that sets the possibilities or the condition of possibility?
Yeah, totally.
With like with the real, like a
well,
not only the real, but definitely like that understanding of the I don't know. Yeah, yeah.
So look, I like McLuhan. It's odd because he's not part of this continental tradition of theory, but he really is a structuralist in a lot of ways. He's a structuralist of media, and no one, I mean, even over Saussure and Levi-Strauss, I don't know if anybody understands the structural effects of a medium or a structure better than McLuhan, right? So McLuhan fits nicely into all this. And so what I would say is, like, when McLuhan says the medium is the message, I would say the medium for him is more the symbolic structure, the symbolic order, right? It's the symbolic order in which particular messages can be spoken or given, right? And so it's the point, like, the whole network of signifiers is what makes possible for me to say, here's my copy of the accelerationist reader, right? Like, I'm only able to say that because the structure itself enables me to say that. What is brilliant about McLuhan is that he takes this insight and shows how different media forms enable different, like, I always use this example when I'm talking about McLuhan, but let's do it here. So let's take 3 words. I love you, right? Now, what's interesting about this situation is, okay, imagine yourself, you're in a new relationship, you haven't told the person you're in love with that you love them yet, right? Now, so this is the first time that I love you is going to be declared. It's going to mean a lot of different things depending on what medium you send it through. If you say it in person, it's going to have certain effects. If you say it on the radio, that's going to have a different effect. If you post it on their Facebook page, that's going to affect them differently, right? And what you get at is, like, those 3 words, they're not neutral. Like, the very space through which you send them has all of this meaning, this contextual meaning. Like, if you post it on Facebook, you go, well, why do you tell me like, it's so impersonal, right? You're like, and maybe the person would think, well, I'm declaring it publicly, so it's romantic. And they could go, well, no, it's kind of cheesy. Like, you put it on Facebook. Like, and so the point is, those 3 words are not neutral. If you say them in different mediums, they mean different things. They have different effects. And so, yeah, I see Saussure just completely, or I'm sorry, I see McLuhan completely tapped in to this role that Saussure gives to structure, right? That Lacan and Levi-Strauss and those guys are going to develop.
Now, Mikey, I know we've basically got 20 more minutes here. Do you want to kind of just keep doing what we're doing here, or is there like a certain amount of time that you're going to need to hit on some other stuff?
I basically tackled everything, so I'm actually done. I mean, I've got a little closing thing, but it only takes me like 30 seconds. So yeah, let's go to Neil here.
And then after Neil, I'll have a question that's kind of a question from Aaaand, who's in the background right now getting ready.
Okay.
Yeah, actually, I just wanted to follow up on, I think, Zachary's question about the death drive, whether it's a life drive or not. And this is actually coming off the course on Seminar 11. Mm-hmm. And I've been thinking about this a lot lately, because I think just the nature of the drive and its repetition, I think there's a biological basis of it. I'm thinking of, like, mitosis versus meiosis. I'm thinking of, like, the drive is this remnant of a biological sort of instinct to just reproduce, asexually, let's say. So that would be outside of the symbolic meaning. So I think there's some connection between some biology and just the depth of symbolic meaning in the drive.
Yeah, I mean, maybe it's just what you don't find animals engaging in behaviors that systematically, like, undermine their well-being, right? This is something that humans do. And yeah, we were speaking in generalities here, but typically what you see is animals strike up some sort of relatively homeostatic relationship with their environment. Whereas what we do is we always have to find a way to bring drama into it. And one of the core mechanism is in these forms of repetition, right? So somebody who has a repetitious pattern of dating the type of person that's bad for them, that's always bringing drama into their lives, right? Like an animal instinctual biological instinct would be like, cut that out. That's not productive for self-preservation. You're undermining your well-being. And so these forms of repetition that we engage in, that give us drama, that give us self-destructive modes of undermining ourselves, this is where, for Lacan and Zizek at least, yeah, we're cut away from nature precisely because of these forms of repetition. And I mean, if you think about it, like somebody like with a real repetitious symptom, like somebody who compulsively washes their hands 200 times a day to the point that there's no skin left on their hands. Yeah, it's like they've glitched out of biological programming in doing that. Like, you think their biological software would stop it, knock it off, but something in their drive and their libidinal economy pursues them, and this perturbing symptom, really undermines their life. And so, these kind of the extreme forms of symptoms.
If you're really excited about what you've been listening to, then that's fantastic. But we're going to switch it up now and bring in something else. The lecture that you were just hearing is available to subscribers of the Michael Downs seminar. What I'm about to play is a lecture on, it's a deep dive into writing when you're on the go. If you are a busy person who's writing on the go, do you want that to be good work that you are writing? Well, then there's a way, and we're developing it here. Okay. And so I'm going to I'll play it up until the point that we're all back on this stage. Right now, the breakout rooms are going amazingly. Thank you, everybody. And if you're catching up, good. You should go back to the beginning of this video if you get a chance. At least listen to the first half hour before the lecture that Mikey gave there. And if you want to hear the rest of Mikey's lecture there, well, then just become a subscriber to his seminar and you'll get access. All right. But now we're going to turn it over to something that will help you writing on the go. People without large energy infused repeatable blocks of energy, repeatable blocks of time reliably between them. Energy infused time, that is. Yeah. Sorry. I'm doing 6 things at once here, and I got to get back over into the other room. I just came over here to queue up this other video, though. I'm going to play it. It's for those who lack the time energy to do writing in this more traditional sense. So, what is the new kind of writing? Let's get to it. And by the way, shout out to you, Solowski. I see you there. Let's go. So yeah, I'm starting the recording for this because I care about what you guys are going to say. I might need to go back over some of it later. I might need a refresher on something that one of you said. I didn't record any of your guys' feedback. It is on you, incumbent upon each and every one of you as a singular entity, as a sovereign thinker in the world, to use OBS to record things that pertain to you, And so if you are getting feedback from people in the future, I think you should be recording that for yourself. It's not my responsibility to do that because it's a little invasive, because it's a highly personal thing. Andy really helped us all realize, I think, that is something that's kind of sacred and special because you're vulnerable, because it's your incomplete work and whatnot. Well, I have no problem with everybody at Theory Underground hearing you guys give me feedback. I'm always, like, hey, pick me. I'll be the person that looks stupid. That's okay. That's why you all like me, is because I'm kind of like, it's always going to be easier within 5 to 10 years for you to outsmart me if you're not already there, And so, like, I'm like the... you know what I mean? I'm like the nice dumb guy who's trying anyway. And that's kind of our approach. And so, but it's on you as individuals to make that choice of whether you want that kind of feedback recorded or not. So with all of that said, I am going to kind of just shut up and let you all talk. Did we lose somebody? Who did we just lose here? Oh, was that just a call drop, or did he say he got to go?
No, I think he just probably his internet.
Yeah,
failed.
it's probably his internet. Yeah. Okay. There we go.
There he.
Yeah. See, Kerem and David both have, or Ruiz both have internet issues today. So, welcome back, man. Welcome back. And you can just turn your camera off if that helps. But all I was saying is that I am recording this for my own purposes, but also I will share it out just publicly in the forum. Anything you guys say could also go public. But I was also saying that the same is true for you all. If you, the policy and assumption should be that if your piece is being reviewed in the moment, you can record that in that breakout room, and then you can put that public if you want, or you can share it in the Discord, or you could just keep it for your own personal reasons. And I think that that's a freedom that every one of us should have. I think that that assumption should be a part of basic digital literacy. Okay, now with that said, I'm going to, just kind of do what I was saying earlier. It's death of the author. I'm not going to sit here and tell you all what I was trying to achieve or who it was addressed to. I just want to hear what you guys think. And so you can all just take turns. Like I said, it's gangbang time. Let's go.
Amazing.
Yeah, I guess this piece feels like it's not a first draft. It feels like there was more work into it. I think the text in general flows well, and I highlighted on blue sentences that kind of stood out to me, that I thought like very well, like not well written, but like that were exciting sentences, right? Like you found like a surprising sentence, which I found 3 of them sparse through the text. So I think that was really good. I think this is also an interesting conversation coming off of the theory writing, and like the difference between methods on how to approach writing, which I think I also struggle with it. Like I feel related to the piece because I think for me writing is like a creative endeavor, and I do find myself sometimes like writing more with like sparks of creativity instead of having like a very rigid routine. And I think my favorite line of the piece was the academic writing today feels like Disney movies, expensive bullshit tailored to satisfy a focus group, not something that comes from a genuine artistic impulse or calling. So I think tying those things together makes a very intelligible, is it analogy, the right word? I think so, right? From academic writing and something that it's already understood by a big audience. So I thought that was good. And then one thing that I wrote that maybe something is that this piece may be accused of creating like a false binary of approaches to writing, but I think it's solved. I put the lines where I think that was solved, but I maybe something that to think about. That's it.
I have a couple quick comments. I'm gonna tarry with this a little more in the next day. So as far as the overall argument, I might have a little more feedback for you because I didn't have a lot of time. But a couple things that came to mind. One is there's a couple pages in You Must Change Your Life where Sloterdijk talks about the sophists. That's really interesting. And in Gorgias that you might want to consider drawing from, or just at least rereading that section and see if that sparks your imagination at all. And the other
Wait. Can you tell me a little bit more about the part and how it connects and how you're thinking about it?
In You Must Change Your Life, Sloterdijk talks about modern forms of training, and including like I can't remember all the categories, but he includes like a kind of like coaches, teachers, philosophers, different kinds of things that get you to aspire to a higher level. But he interestingly has a positive argument for the sophists. And
okay, I remember now, and this is where he talks up Derrida, says Derrida was like a sophist, but that's a compliment, like he was actually like an awesome sophist or whatever. Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, perfect. Now I might use that. That's a great point. Yeah, and I definitely don't want to act like rhetoric's not important. And so that might be a good thing to bring in. Thank you. Anyway, what was the other thing?
The other thing that stuck out at me is just a short, not complete kind of mention of the communion with the dead. That's a theme that's quite interesting to me. I'd like to see potentially you expand that, or that just really piqued my interest, I guess.
Which line is that? Going down.
Intergenerational communication requires communion with the dead, and into the world of philosophy that is achieved by going to the dead, who are in many ways more alive now than when their physical hearts were beating.
Oh, okay. And so you're saying you like that general idea as like that could be a theme or that could be developed on?
I mean, it just seemed, I mean, maybe this isn't the kind of feedback you want, but it seemed too interesting to be a throwaway line. It seemed like there's something substantive, really interesting, and I'd be curious to see that connected to your main argument in some way.
Yeah, I like that feedback. Thank you. That's good to think about. It's definitely not a throwaway line, but if it feels like one, it definitely needs to be kind of built up to, and then, there needs to be some like aftercare. Okay. And then who else?
I can go. So while I was reading this, the first thing that was like that set an expectation for me was the part you said that this ideal typology will be problematized end of this piece. And from that point and now on, I was like, okay, I want this to be problematized, and I looked through the text for that, and then it's, I think, achieved its purpose in that sense, because you kind of made these truth versus persuasion take a lot, but then you start talking about Levinas and Barth and kind of contrast them. And I actually wanted to hear more about that. It made me research this stuff, how they can contrast, like, on all that. And yeah, I like how you bring in the concrete other, and I think that makes the piece stand, right? Because you problematize it with the concrete other. That's what I thought. I don't know. And yeah, and in the end, it was just like, okay, yeah, this achieved like what it was planning to do, I felt like, and it was like, it made me think more about the concrete other, and yeah, that's the one.
Thank you. And then who's left? Who remains?
I am, or yeah. I got tangled up with how to respond to that. But anyway, I found myself asking about the incentives, I guess, for each of these ways of communication, because I definitely agree with what you set up as the two ways, but I feel like the stakes maybe could have been brought out a little more, in a sense of how there's this whole system of, like, how you mentioned Disney World. Disney World has, like, I mean, Disney has this whole structure around itself where it's almost financially incentivized to do the research, and investors won't invest in certain movies if they don't have the research that shows it'll be a hit with, like, girls 5 to 15 or whatever the heck it's going to be. And then how universities have, like, their whole system set up to kind of reward those who get published and those that get referenced in others publishing. And I think the challenge to the other one, to the more feeling inspired to write, there's not really it doesn't really have a home, in a sense, at least that I don't think of, where it can become something that's practical. Whereas I feel like, what I'm trying to say is, I feel like the voice of the heart is not as practical as that of the focus group. So I feel like that could be maybe a challenge that's brought out a little bit more. But other than that, I also like the flow of the paper. I felt like it was building up, and then all of a sudden, kind of like that last little section, it just felt like a lot of things started to like really click in together, and I felt like it was a great way to finish the piece for sure.
Thank you.
One other potential thing, I could see drawing from Mikey's work a little, following on what David Ruiz said on enjoyment, in terms of the incentive structure, potentially about why these modes of speaking tend to go the way they do, and writing.
Like Mikey's piece on Levinas and McLuhan?
I haven't thought about it that deeply as to what specifically you would draw from, but
Oh no, but I mean, do you mean which piece? Which piece?
I wasn't thinking of a piece of Mikey's, but just in general, following on like the incentive, the question of incentive structures and stuff. Also, the death drive and loops and enjoyment kind of themes that are ongoing. I don't know.
I see.
Specific.
Well, and in that case, it could even be a quote from a lecture, you know. So yeah, no, that's a really great. See, I thought you said his piece, and I was thinking, oh yeah, the McLuhan Levinas piece would be really good to tie in here, and it's 100% true. But that's not even what you meant. So, but no, because the death drive shit also would be really important. So something Lacanian would also be good. So Lacan, McLuhan, Levinas, yeah.
With what David said, I think it will be interesting to play the jouissance in both sides, no? Like how on the more focus group methodical, there is like that jouissance of like, I hate doing this and I hate showing up to my desk every day, but I still do it. And the jouissance of the more creative, spontaneous writing, that I think there is also the jouissance of procrastinating and like just putting it aside and like, no, I gotta wait and then get like that final shock of writing, right? Like,
oh yeah, I forgot, because you mentioned risk at the end and sort of throwing death drive. So this actually is a sort of question that's maybe wants to be raised sooner, that like it seems to imply that like there's a kind of jouissance of taking risks that could lead to a more genuine kind of speech versus the other forms.
Right, like I wrote at the beginning here, I wrote, open the question of the jouissance of both approaches. Where is the transgression? I'm going to add, where is the risk? And then I'm going to write advantages and disadvantages to both styles. And then I'm going to say tie in Mikey and Death Drive. Also tie in Mikey's McLuhan and Levinas on the phone. What I could do is just pose the question and then leave it, because it's a promise for more to come. The saying always overflows the set. What's up, Kidim?
Yeah, and I just remembered the concrete other. I had the question while reading it was how exactly can we refer to the concrete other? Like I can understand it maybe in terms of Levinas, but like practically how it is possible when it comes to writing, because you also mentioned the underground writing as a genre in the last paragraphs. That practicality question there. Yeah.
So right down towards the bottom, is there a specific place where you're thinking that elaboration would be useful?
Yeah. Let me just a second. I need to look through it again.
I'm not saying I've succeeded in embodying this mode at all times, in fact, that is impossible. Probably around there, huh?
Yeah, somewhere around there. Let me check. Yeah, that part. And this critique of is the basis of turning one's discourse back to oneself. Yeah, that paragraph was more like, yeah, like how can we succeed? Kind of those questions kind of come into my mind in the part where you mentioned Levinas and the concrete other. I was like, how can I do this practically? What would it mean to do it practically? Yeah, in the last paragraphs.
Do you think I might have? So, because here's the thing, I have to wonder, because I did try to do that. Now my question is, should I maybe reference back to when I tried to do it, like bring back my example? Because I said I write to Nance and Mikey. I wrote to Owen Cox. I wrote to Cadell. Like I write to people.
Yeah, my question when you mentioned it, the question come to my mind was that is there a more specific way to write to the people in the scene, or like is there a possibility that when we are trying to write to them, we kind of like mediate the other and we don't actually write to them and we end up writing to something else, and that kind of kills the other, right, in that sense. And we like, so how can one what should one be looking for when writing to these other people, and how can I really take in what they're saying? That kind of question really like intrigued me in the sense. Yeah,
That's almost like a good, like you could almost write me a prompt, like a writing assignment. You could probably write me a writing assignment that would generate from me a whole response that would be a sequel to this. I actually have a series that I'm working on where Aaaand read the first two parts and then she asked me a really good question, and then I open part 3 with her question, and then I just go into, and it's because it's perfect, and like your question right there is actually like really good, because it's like it's a slippery slope from talking to a person to sort of talking about a person or past a person, or performing for the big other that you're talking to a person when you're not really talking to a person. Yeah, it's a good problem.
Yeah,
I also like, because Karim and I were talking about this, that how when you post like two opposite things, you may, or like me as the reader, right, may be like, dialectic, like synthesis, antithesis, and how is he gonna synthesize this? But I think in this case, it doesn't feel. I feel like the intention of is more like, how do you say it, like tearing, or like tearing,
Yeah.
tearing with that like impossibility of having both, is there, and I thought that was like, because like right, like you're planting the binary and then you're like dealing with both, trying to, but not trying to make like a new way of writing, right? Like it's like, let's just deal with them with what we have.
Thank you. Yeah. Anybody else got anything, any sort of final stuff on my piece before I switch gears here? No. Okay. So for people who are just kind of listening in on this after the fact, the link should be up above. If you have access to this conversation, it's probably through the Discord forum post where I organized this session, which we are now over halfway through. And so for anybody watching this, out of curiosity or because they think that it might help inspire some of their own writing, you are able to go and read the piece here, and in fact, I would say you're encouraged to do so, because I don't think anybody who's doing serious writing at Theory Underground should be ignorant of this theme itself, which is the theme of the genre of underground theory writing. It's something that we are all having to think about. And in fact, if we don't think about it very much, we are either going to do a lot of work in the wrong direction, kind of waste our time, or I don't know. I think we'll get bogged down in writer's block. Like writer's block kind of comes into play, and we get stuck on a piece because we don't know who we're writing to, and we're trying to communicate to multiple people, but we're not even aware of that because we're all part of the post-class fractured mass, split subjects between a million competing big others. It's all very schizophrenic. And so I hope that this piece will serve as a sort of antidote to that problem, because I don't think it is beneficial to do most of the writing that we do as underground theorists in a style that reads as though it's addressing a generic audience. And in fact, I think that writing to a generic audience is embarrassing or cringe. I actually just think it sucks. I think Mikey is the perfect example of someone who's doing the opposite in his Wage, Labor, and Jouissance piece. If you read McLuhan and Levinas on the phone, he mentions how he learned this lesson that he's theorizing because he has a friendship that was developed over voice before it got physical, before we started hanging out in person. That's me. He's referencing me. So that's a piece where, no, it doesn't open from his firsthand experience, but he brings it in briefly, and it's very clear to anybody who reads his blog that he's not writing it to an academic audience. And so sometimes, without interpolating your audience, without saying, I'm talking to this person or this group, it still comes through the voice and style that this is like a sort of informal kind of writing. You're kind of talking about something that is personal, but you're also wanting to theorize it. And it's the fact that I've been writing between, the way I learned to write in the university and the ways I've been experimenting with writing, now that I'm free of that horizon of possibilities. I'm not free of it, but I'm not trapped in this prison of thinking that the next 20 years of my life has to be defined by the objectives, criteria, and research and writing practices that are necessary to navigate and sort of check off if you want to get into an academic journal and do so routinely enough to eventually get tenure, right? So being in the situation that I'm in, which is not that one, I get to go, okay, so what is writing? Why am I doing this? Who am I trying to reach? And I said in Waypoint that it's all about developing myself to be able to communicate with an audience that I am currently unworthy to even try to communicate to or with, right? I am trying to short circuit or break this tendency to always assume the generic peer, to assume a peer group. I think that the peer group is an artificial construction by the PMC. I think that it is something that is produced to keep us all a part of the hyper fractured post-class mass, right? I think that it's an actual tool of the reproduction of the status quo that can be defined as something that is complementary to the objectives of both capital and state, which is fine. I don't care. I'm not a rebel. I'm not trying to ruin everything for people in power. More power to them. God bless the CIA. I don't care. My point is simply this: like, as a thinker who wants to break free of that tendency that is so complementary to power, and it's so much a part of the doxa. And to bend the bow, so to speak, so that I can become a part of a multi-generational, intergenerational project, which is something I admire about David Powers' piece, by the way. I think that it's important to say, I am not worthy to write to the audience that I want to write to, and the audience I want to write to is not even alive yet. And none of us are worthy because none of us have been through the adequate training, and no one has been through it. Like Cornel West and Slavoj Žižek, they didn't do it either. They still assume peer groups. They still understand themselves as belonging to a generational peer group, and they have not done the work that a professor would do if they genuinely cared about us as underground theorists having the resources to be able to think for ourselves. They haven't done it. They've broken the dam. You could say they have a foot in both of these worlds. You could say that there would be no underground without them. Maybe, at least not an intellectual one, not a theoretical one. But they did not build institutions meant for workers with earbuds. They didn't do that. It wasn't on their radar. They weren't thinking about it. It comes about because we were working, and then we tuned into ideas, and then we realized we don't want to just listen to people do this stuff. We want to do it ourselves. So it's very much like this bootstrapping thing where it's like, well, how do you raise yourself up by your bootstraps when you don't have mentors who understand the material conditions and your material possible constraints, but also the unique possibilities that come from those constraints, right? Well, how do you bootstrap yourself? Well, it's impossible to, if you're hanging off of a cliff by your fingertips, reach down, grab yourself by your shoelaces, and then pull yourself up over the edge of the cliff. And we always laugh about that metaphor, right? But it actually is possible, because your future self and your current self are not the exact same self. There is the self that is going to be able to say, I was there and now I'm here. But there's also the self that is no longer here, or that is not yet here. And that part of yourself, the I in Levinasian terms, that has to bridge the distance and has that responsibility to say which part is I and which part is not, and either way, that's all just part of identification. That part of that self, the myself, is able to use past me against future me and future me against past me to be able to bootstrap myself up and over the edge. That's my theory as I'm developing it. Because we don't have other people giving us that hand up. Now, of course, we can also do this with one another. So it's not just me, because the distance between where I am now, hanging off the cliff, and where I want to be, being on the other side of that, up on top, can be gapped. That process can be something gone through, perhaps faster, maybe even accelerated. And the results of that gapping or movement or process can be something that makes us better, is richer, is deeper, is smarter, is more cutting edge, if we all are thinking about it this way together. So that in that sense, the way I assume the whole thing about underground theory, writing, the genre, like the development of the milieu, my prima facie operating assumption is just to say, I am not worthy. I actually don't know. I'm trying though, and I'm working my way there. And so I want to break out of this generic voice, and I want to stop trying to speak to an academic big other or to an attention economy mob or its algorithms or its super niche, siloed consumer demographics. No, I want to find actual other people who feel as frustrated with that part of themselves as I do, and instead cultivate this other part that we know is possible and that could in the future give us a hand up. But it's going to require this work, right? All right. And so with that, it's almost like we're all just doing pull-ups. You know, we're not going to slip off the edge. We're going to keep doing pull-ups, and then we'll start taking turns holding on to each other so we can take naps and recover and rebuild our muscles. And then we'll do more pull-ups. And then in 5 or 10 years, one of us will get our leg up and then roll over and then take a breather and then start giving other people a hand up, right? Like, I love this metaphor. I just came up with it in this transmission. So that's why I think the two kinds of communication piece is important. That's why I wrote it. I wrote it to you guys. And not just you 4 guys who are literally here, also all the gals who are not here currently. And I'm not saying that everyone who's not here currently is a gal because they're not here. The real men are in the room. Everyone else is a gal. No, I'm not doing that. Get him is laughing. Yeah, no, but Nance is definitely a bitch for not being here. That's for sure. But everyone else is awesome. No, I'm just kidding. Anyway, all right. But getting serious, I want everyone who's on this wavelength, who's thinking through writing in the genre of underground theory and developing a methodological approach, which means a set of operating assumptions for how you engage in the life of the mind, to be thinking about these two voices. And with that said, Ian pointed out the fact that these two voices are not a how did you say it, Ian? What's the it's the
like the synthesis, like synthesis, antithesis.
No, before that, like the original comment was something like, oh, but this could be problematized because
it's a fake binary, like as a binary.
Yeah. And so like that's
binary.
So when a person reads that I've created this, when they see that I've created this artificial binary or opposition between the voice of the heart and the sound of the focus group, you were pointing out later that they're going to think, oh, well, maybe that's going to be dialectical, right? I do sort of, allow for a synthesis there because it is already fused together. The two are always already fused together. It's almost like what you have is a soup made up of water, chicken, and carrots. And then if you cook that for long enough, it all just kind of becomes one thing. Like all of it dissolves into one thing. And then you take a sip of it and you go, that's a yummy soup. What is that? And what I'm saying is that the way that we tend to write is in this soup. All right. Well, I think it helps if we go, I think there's carrots and chicken here. And I think that the tendency is that we only think there's carrots, but there's also chicken, right? Now, water is the thing that causes the synthesis. Water and heat are the things that cause the synthesis, the fusion, but what we lose is the concrete other, which is the chicken here. And I'm putting the more substantial, protein with all the necessary amino acids for my diet on the side of the concrete other. And vegetables are important. Like, we do have to give our little head nods to the big other, and of course, to satisfy the big other, we eat carrots. And so, that's why I put that on that side. But, it's just like a pretty little poem of to get at what I take to be the situation. Now, I do problematize that binary shortly thereafter, right? I do say that that the two are not mutually exclusive and that I'm just creating a heuristic. And Ian pointed out that not everybody knows what a heuristic is. So I think that there's two things here about Ian's comments that I want to point out. And I think that they are a springboard for me to talk a little bit about form and content here. And so if I'm assuming a concrete audience of Mikey, Aaaand, and Nance, and people who are kind of approximating them in whatever ways, psychologically or spiritually, like, because if you're all here, you're all approximating some of their energy somehow. There's something about me talking to them that resonates with something about you, and otherwise you wouldn't be here. You wouldn't find this shit interesting, right? unless you hated something about them, and then you'd be around to hate watch, I guess. But no, if you get the vibe, the chances are there's some element of me trying to speak to them in preparation for speaking to a different audience, a much broader audience later, where you're caught in the middle and you go, hey, something about this is working. I am assuming that anyone caught in the middle there is torn between being an anti-intellectual, sort of like feed it to me, spoon feed it to me, tell me everything you mean as you go, versus like this intellectually curious, like I'm up to the task, I'm going to try to figure it out for myself. And so there is in every one of us a passive and an active version of a theory consumer. And so if I was doing the attention economy thing purely, then I would just assume the passive theory consumer. And what I try to do is usually speak to both parts of you and remind you that there is an active part of you, and then invite you to take on a little bit more of the work to become a little bit more of that potential part of you that is more active. So it's like I do have to speak to the attention economy. I do have to snag it. I have to interest it. I have to say, hey, pay attention. This is interesting, you know? And so I think that by saying there's two ways of communicating, anybody who really cares about communicating is going to go, no, there's a lot of ways of communicating. What are you talking about? What is Dave talking about? Dave's probably creating an artificial binary. Let's start reading, right? And so, of course, I hope that just that is enough alone to snag somebody's attention, and not in too clickbaity of a way. But I do think that in the attention economy, which means even outside of the attention economy, if you were just speaking on a soapbox in the middle of downtown, surrounded by buskers, and you were just doing some preaching, you're still speaking to people who are a part of the attention economy, even though you're not online. Which means you're speaking to the hyper distracted post-class fractured mass. And the hyper distracted post-class fractured mass requires certain strategies to game its attention, while at the same time, if you have any sort of genuine interest or intellectual integrity, I meant to say, if you have any a genuine interest in intellectual integrity and actually reaching your audience, and doing something that brings out their higher active potential, then you're going to oscillate between this sort of clickbaity approach and this, no, I'm going to actually give you a hand up here, and also put kind of the responsibility back onto you. And so that is an assumption I've been working under for the last year and a half of critical media theory. I don't know that I was always articulating it as clearly, but that's what I've been trying to articulate, because it is sort of the hunch I've been working under since I started Theory Underground. Your presence in this space means that it may have on purpose or accidentally somehow worked, or something else is working entirely outside of my intentions, and that's also possible. We do get all kinds of other stuff going on. But I'm using Ian's concern about a person not knowing about what a heuristic is, and his concern that someone might not know about, or no, that they might assume, oh, look at that, that's a false binary, and use that. No, you didn't say this, Ian, but like I'm going to keep going with it. A person might get worried about that. They might think I'm an idiot for imposing a false binary. And so one way of approaching this would be to put a signpost on that immediately put a signpost on it, right? So, you know, that would be like, I'm assuming the kind of passive audience who's very easily triggered, who's going to change channels and say, oh yeah, Dave's an idiot. I read that. I saw that. I instantly changed because it's weak. It's not real theory. So I'm assuming that person is kind of a lost cause. Now, they're not actually, but for the sake of my project, I'm not going to try to help them up too much. And if they want to sit there and try to pick me apart, they go, oh yeah, this will be an easy one to pick apart. Well, guess what? A few sentences later, they're in for a disappointment. So instead of preempting their criticism, I gave them the opportunity to think that there's a problem with me, and then I address it a little bit later, which means that I've set a trap. The trap is to say that if a person jumps into the comments section and it's like, actually, well, they're going to look stupid because everyone will say, well, you didn't read a few sentences later when Dave clarified. So those are choices, but I think that they're choices that are useful for us. And I want to expand on why I think those are useful choices for us. But first, I'll say also that leaving heuristic without a definition and without a footnote that defines it, because I could have defined it right then and there, and I could have also defined it in the footnote. And sometimes I do. And it's always a choice for me. I never use a word like heuristic without it being a deliberate choice, because I'm always very, very aware. Well, for this piece going up on a Substack, and I know exactly which Substack it is, and I know what kind of audience I've got, my kind of assumption is if they're not willing to read that word and bracket out the question mark they have about it and kind of assume whatever that word means solves that concern, keep reading, or they'll go actually look it up. If they're not that person, well, then they kind of just proved that they're not willing to step up and be active. But there's a danger in that. And the danger in that is the danger of writing like a theory academic who is nonetheless publishing in the attention economy, which comes off as the most snobbish, elitist, exclusive, assumptive kind of approach. And so that's why you do want to alternate between sometimes making things very clear, other times not. And in this case, part of the reason why I don't feel the need to unpack it is because when I say as in a useful heuristic that will be problematized by the end of this piece, a person who reads that can go, they can deduce from the structure of the sentence that this is not, that whatever a useful heuristic is not a fundamental claim about like absolute reality, right? So I could use this exact same, you could copy paste this from me. You could say, well, men like hunting and women like cooking. You could say that and then instantly follow it up with, this dichotomous division is arguably not an ontological reality so much as an ideal typology, as in a useful heuristic that will be problematized by the end of this piece, right? I'm showing you a jujitsu move in writing because it is useful to say men are from Mars, women are from Venus, let's go. And then people get all mad and they rage quit. And then a few sentences later, you've clarified. And by the end of the piece, you're talking about some of the best women in the world who are hunting and fishing and some of the best chefs in the world who are men, right? Like, so there's a way to do this where we don't have to spend too much time doing these sort of symbolic appeasements to a big other who is going to rage quit or reject our piece. And that's the thing. Now, these two things blend together for a college student. A college student is a product of the attention economy at the same time that they are a product of the academy. So their big other, which is split between those two worlds and many, many other worlds, one of the most important things for critique of ideology is to say, where do all of a person's big others agree? They might all disagree in certain ways, but where do they all overlap? Like, if you could find that point on the Venn diagram, you've got that person's libido in a fucking nutshell, right? You got it. So how to put them in a little acorn? Well, find where all their big others overlap. Well, what does it mean to say that this person's a product, or why am I saying that this person's a product of the attention economy and the academy, and we should kind of assume that? Well, because if they were writing this for a professor who's really into social justice, or if they were trying to submit it to a journal that's really into social justice, in either of those cases, the person might just drop them an entire grade or reject their shit altogether for saying some kind of a false binary right at the beginning. Even though useful heuristics are always going to be important. That soup is greater than the sum of its parts, and it's more important. It's greater than the sum of its parts, but also certain parts are more important for emphasizing if we want to talk about something specific. So if people keep talking about carrots and I want to show that there's chicken in the broth, I actually have to deconstruct a little bit by showing that these two things are essential elements. Yes, I'll have to bring back in water and heat and time. Those are all constitutive for the conditions of possibility of the soup. But if everybody keeps missing the chicken, well, we're going to have to talk about that. Now, I could also write a whole piece about the water and the heat and the time, but I want people to think about the chicken. And so it's okay for me to say, there's chicken and carrots in this soup. We're going to talk about that. Guess what? It's not just chicken and carrots. This dichotomous division is arguably not an ontological reality so much as an ideal typology, as in a useful heuristic that will be problematized by the end of this piece. Let's continue. Or you do the same thing with men and women, liking pink and blue. And the thing is, it's like, yeah, it's sort of a litmus test. Like if you're submitting to a journal that couldn't follow you from where you introduce the binary as a sort of hook, and as a sort of, heuristics are good for simplifying complexity that you can then complexify, right? If the journal you're writing to is so reactive or so lost in the social justice sauce that they can't cope with the imposition of a binary for the sake of clarity or as a rhetorical procedure, that says more about them than it does you. And then the same would go for the professor who can't follow you a few lines down. Then, same thing goes for the attention economy, right? If they rage quit, well, and so the fact is like you've got rage quitters and cancelers on both sides, in the academic and in the attention economy, and their little Venn diagram overlaps. And so the perfect academic subject being produced by the PMC production apparatuses, which is the schooling system K through 12, and then through university and postgrad. If that system produces an ideal kind of student, that kind of student is one whose sort of catechism, or however you say, like their ritual and their entire, like their reference for all thought, their North Star, the standard against which they judge everything, is going to be this lowest hanging fruit, most reactive, most judgmental, not able to follow a complex multi-part thought. They can't even think through a syllogism because they're weighing each proposition or each clause in a paragraph or in a sentence on the basis of how it's going to read to the dumbest person in the room. That's not to say that they are the dumbest person in the room. I think that, for instance, Andy is one of the smartest people I know. But I think that academic writing is often very shy of like or worried about like how the dumbest person in the room might read it, because they're worried about what the dumbest person in the room might tweet about it. They're worried about the dumbest person in the room going to HR and saying something about it. So, for instance, I was teaching last spring. I was a discussion leader for a course called "Is College Worth It?" and one of the students went and talked to the professor and ratted me out for a joke. And what was the joke? I said, I don't even read my emails because all students are doing is saying that they're not going to be able to attend class because they're lying and saying that their grandma is dead when she didn't really die. I was fucking God damn it. If I have to explain that that's a joke that only has a kernel of truth, it obviously has a kernel of truth because it's a metonym for a variety of excuse makings that I read in my inbox. But also, I think I've actually seen people say that there was a problem with, like, I think I saw a student claim their grandma died 3 times, like in one semester. I think that happened. like back when I was teaching a few years ago. So I'm just saying, like, that joke has a kernel of truth. Yo, we'll be back on in a minute, everybody. It's also so grossly insensitive that it's funny. And it's also obviously true that someone's grandma really could have died, right? It's so obvious, and everyone is aware that I'm aware of how obvious that is, and that's why the joke works, is because I'm aware of it. But this girl who looked like she had Botox surgery at the age of 18, who looks like she listens to Cardi B all the time, who talks like she listens to Cardi B all the time, even though she's white, who has like glittery like bling and would sit in front of
I need to stop myself. Like, I'm not going to play this anymore. I can't listen to me right now. What's up, everybody? Welcome to the stage where I am. Everybody's currently in the different panels. They're in the different breakout rooms, right? I am here just ahead of time getting it all set up. What you were just listening to, assuming that you're on the live audience side, was something that happened behind the scenes, which is where 90% of the Theory Underground content is actually going on, behind the scenes. And we have to do that because we put out too much content. There's a lot of people who like to follow or subscribe to Theory Underground stuff, and they can't keep up with it. And so we want to make it so that, yeah, you're not all overwhelmed. Okay, but we also have to give a little something special to the people who are deeply invested or who have chosen to dive in deeper to a specific subject matter, right? And so to that end, the main money funding Theory Underground right now is coming from people who are taking courses and people who are subscribers. The only people who make the public stuff on the YouTube channel possible, though, are over at Patreon. So the Patreon people, all they are funding is the public stuff, right? Yes, but the people who are paying for the ongoing research, the people who are paying for the courses, those are the people who are making it so that I can do this full time. None of this would have been possible without them. So thank you, everybody, for real. And it's amazing to actually have some of them here, present at TUCON. It's amazing to have some of them publish in Underground Theory, alongside names like Marshall McLuhan, Slavoj Žižek, Alenka Zupancic, et al. Right? And we've gotten to collaborate with people across the country, across the ocean, all over the internet, and now some of those people who were in Underground Theory or who met us on tour, or just took a course, whatever, now they're here. And we're actually getting to know them over the next few days. And so it's very exciting. And yeah, with that said, that also, by the way, kind of answers the question that Mills asked in the chat, which was, where can I find a Discord link? And I said, take a course or subscribe to the, and then I didn't finish typing it because I realized I wanted to jump on and start actually engaging here from the microphone. So yeah, just subscribe to an ongoing research seminar, right? And if you're curious about which ongoing research seminar to sign up for, or if you want to subscribe to two of them at the same time, mine and Mikey's, and you're wondering how to do that, then just pay close attention to what I'm about to roll, which is a PSA. And so we'll be right back right after this. A PSA that I'm guessing most of you have actually already seen. But pay close attention to the bit about the subscriptions, all right? Be right back.
We cannot do direct revolution, but the only way to lay the foundation for it is to do what you are doing to move the underground. It's a theoretically correct title.
Welcome to Theory Underground, a place for workers with earbuds who are tired of letting others read and think on their behalf, slipstreaming our way into an understanding of the situation that short. Hey guys, GSA was not
critical
working.
Media theory,
It was
CMT,
like stopped.
and the most essential critiques
Now it's working.
necessary for
I'll
understanding.
start it over.
We cannot do direct revolution, but the only way to lay the foundation for it is to do what you are doing to move the underground. It's a theoretically correct title.
Welcome to Theory Underground, a place for workers with earbuds who are tired of letting others read and think on their behalf, slipstreaming our way into an understanding of the situation that short-circuits the deadlocks of our moment.
Research at Theory Underground focuses on what is most important for understanding our current situation: theory of the subject, capital, time-energy theory, critical media theory, CMT, and the most essential critiques necessary for understanding why the theory, ideology, and common sense of influencers left to right misses the mark.
Theory Underground is coming to a city near you. What that has meant in the last year is traveling across the United States, into Canada, and then all over Europe to promote our books, courses, and ideas related to time energy and underground theory.
You've been reading Underground Theory.
I'm a publisher and an editor. I run a review of books. Literally, it's my living. This is the best edited collection I've ever read.
Okay, picture this scene. America, early 2021. An Amazon warehouse worker arises from the emerging underground theory internet scene to create spaces for untimely topics and concerns that are too often neglected or kept in isolation today. Joined by a revolving cast of underground theorists, academics, and critics, he establishes what will become Theory Underground, a teaching, research, and publishing platform by and for working-class intellectuals, autodidacts, and academics who want to do more than they're able to do within the confines of academia. That warehouse worker's name is David McKerracher, and his book Time Energy is his first major contribution to the world of theory. It was recently reprinted with a foreword by none other than Slavoj Žižek, who also contributed to Theory Underground's latest book.
My Bible, it's an excellent book.
A collection of essays called Underground Theory.
What you just heard is an excerpt from the Strange Exiles podcast, episode 23, where Bram from Strange Exiles interviewed me and Mikey. For those who don't know, Mikey is the author of the Dangerous Maybe blog. We are publishing one of his books here shortly at Theory Underground. He's also a lecturer at Theory Underground, and he's someone I've been friends and a collaborator with for over 10 years. But most importantly for you all, he's a fantastic lecturer, and it's a crime that he has to do wage labor right now. One of the long-term goals of Theory Underground has been now for a couple of years to hashtag free Mikey. That is something that I've been really pushing, but first I had to get freed from wage labor, which was achieved this year. That's right. Thanks to my monthly seminar subscribers, I was able to quit Amazon and do Theory Underground full time. Now I'm announcing the next big phase of the plan, which is the Mikey Down seminar. What monthly subscribers to the Mikey seminar are paying for is a survey of philosophy, including deep dives into Zizek, Land, Lacan, Baudrillard, Bataille, Lyotard, and ultimately the whole history of philosophy.
We're trying to build like this ongoing seminar, right? And that's what I really like about this thing, where, you know, if I'm teaching a main text, that's something I got to focus on. I got to really, but the seminar thing, we can do this stuff all the time, where we dive deeper into concepts, we dive deeper into certain, you know, sections of books or whatever, and we can really do this nuanced stuff.
I think that there's probably no better way for us to accelerate our learning in these areas than by slipstreaming Mikey. And that has been my belief for years and years and years now. It's official. You're able to help out. You're able to get involved. You're able to benefit directly from liberating him from wage labor. Get on it right now. Do it. Just go. Stop what you're doing. Go click the button. Subscribe. This is what you do. Subscribe to him. If you're already signed up for the ongoing Theory Underground seminars, then that's the ones that I do with my wife, Aaaand. Though that's getting an upgrade, which means that I will be doing one session per month that is just me, and then I will also be doing the ones with Aaaand, which are a crash course in sociology, anthropology, the social sciences, and ultimately Marx, Heidegger, Levinas, Bourdieu, imminently critiquing pop psychology, sociology, self-help, and ultimately the doxa of our time.
But if you would like to be a subscriber to both Mikey's seminar and the seminar that the Snellgrove McKerrachers are doing, then the best way is to become a tier 4 subscriber, or you can be a tier 2 subscriber to each of us. The reason this matters is because tier 2 is like pretty much the best bang for your buck. It gives you huge discounts on all of the courses that we do. But if you can't afford it, tier 4 is amazing because it gives you tier 3 access
it's just us
both
now.
Mikey's
Maybe we're on the main stage.
Finally,
Oh, wow,
not
we got
everybody has
harmonica. We
time
talked
to be
about
part of
doing it. I
these
just don't think
ongoing
they-
research seminars, and they just want to fund the paid content for the
come
YouTube
through.
and podcast. And so thank you
It doesn't
so
come through. It's
much
so
to
annoying
our
because you're just
patrons
there like
over at
this.
Patreon.
And it looks like
They're
it's
the
so
ones
good,
funding all the free stuff. So big thank you to Bert,
Your camera
Marilyn,
is great.
Carls,
Like your colors
Heel,
are awesome.
Zolazandra, Nikolai,
this-
Darian, Tyler, and Mandy,
and like the
and all the
mustard and
other
then, like,
wonderful
the,
patron
like, red
people.
ember. I don't know. I love colors, so it's just like
and
it's
thank you to
lovely
all the
aesthetic.
other wonderful Patreon
I
people.
always
And
like
thank you to
colour.
all the
I always
other
like to kind of, like,
wonderful
pop it
Patreon
out,
people.
so-
Thank you so much to all of you patrons, and also
you
to
guys
the
live in
special
Appalachia?
subscribers and the paying subscribers. Oh my god, it's just so awkward. Thank you, Patreon. Patrons, thank you,
this ongoing seminar, right? And that's what I really like about this thing, where, you know, if I'm teaching a main text, that's something I got to focus on. I got to really, but the seminar thing, we can do this stuff all the time, where we dive deeper into concepts, we dive deeper into certain,
Michelle.
you know, sections of books or whatever.
Hey, Daniel.
And we can really do.
I didn't realize you were all
stuff.
coming across.
I think that there's probably
speaker
no
here in the
better
main
way
room, but
for us
you
to
are.
accelerate our learning.
And I came back and I realized that was actually playing over stream, but it was also playing over the PSA. So like
years and years now.
We're not live currently, but the people who were on the live side were hearing you guys, sort of. But they were also hearing music and talking.
From wage labor. Get on it right now.
Yeah.
Do it. Just go. Stop what you're doing. Go click the button. Subscribe. That's what you do. Subscribe
Perfect.
To
I'm glad that's what they know now.
For the ongoing Theory Underground
Will
seminars,
and
that's
Daniel,
the ones that I
how
do
was
with
it?
My wife Aaaand. Though that's getting an upgrade, which means that I will be doing.
Hold
one
on, I'm
session
gonna
per
actually
month that
interview
is
you
just
guys.
me, and then I will
Let me
also be
just
doing the ones with Aaaand.
Let me interview
which
you
are a
guys here on
crash
the main
course
stage.
in
Oh shit! Now I'm
sociology,
coming over. They can hear me over the
science.
Okay, to the live audience, I'm so sorry that you were able to hear me over the PSA. This is not a real job, and I did not have any training in this. I'm just figuring it out. Y'all have to be patient with me. You have to be. But with that said, we're gonna welcome to the screen here in a second Daniel and Michelle and William Proudler. And so I don't actually know where the fuck. This is bad.
I would
Oh,
play
there we go.
harmonica music for everyone, but it doesn't come across.
Okay, we got you. All right, everybody, put your hands together. It's Will and OG Rose, Daniel and Michelle. Welcome. So yeah, how was it? What did you guys do? What have you guys done and what have you guys have seen? We'll start with Daniel and then go to Will.
Oh, I saw Will, I saw Studebaker. We talked about Ivan Illich, and I saw you and Nance on stories, and Will, and we were just all talking about story structure and the possibility of having like positive science if you have a future that characters want to defend against people that want to take it to a past. And that actually deals with the issue where like science fiction always kind of has the man versus world structure, so it's hard to imagine good futures when you always have that. And then we were trying to see if the harmonica would come across, and it wouldn't. And so you know, because it's hard to get the sound across, but it was wonderful. It's all been great.
Yeah, it's been absolutely fantastic. It's been such a great thing to watch all of all of these different threads kind of converge in a way and come together on kind of almost like Nance, what he was saying at the end about the fact that we just simply don't know. I can't believe that we've managed to bring together so many thinkers, but still this question haunts us. We really can't get past it. And I think it's really interesting what Daniel was talking about, which is just that if we don't have the stakes to be able to tell that kind of story, we can't tell that story. And that kind of seemed to come out. But it's just been great kind of watching those threads converge throughout the day. There's almost like a kind of, a synchronicity between what we were all saying that was kind of a bit spooky by the end, to be honest.
Yeah, this has been really exciting, and completely disorienting. I don't think I've been more disoriented since like when I first started streaming. Like that's how disoriented I feel. Like people who aren't around, who maybe were around in my early Twitch days, like seeing me actually figure out how to live stream when I was constant. And you know, on Twitch they call you, boomer, because you're boomering out, as they say. Yeah, because you'll talk for 15 minutes and then realize that you were muted. I'm like over here making those kind of mistakes all over again because I'm juggling new potatoes or something. I don't know. Yeah.
We're doing something that I think has not been done, and I challenge anyone who thinks they've done it. Step in, dude. Come meet us in Boise.
But yeah, with all of that said, so I was just trying to explain why I'm discombobulated. But so yeah, I want to kind of explain it to Daniel and Michelle and William. Where we are sitting, we're up on this panel, and you can see the panel part, right? But in front of it, off the ground, is like the giant screen TV that came with the venue, and you're all on that right now. But we also see you on this screen and this screen if we look over here. So no matter where we look, we see you. Everyone over here sees you. You can't see them right now, which is a flaw of the system. If we had another camera that was like doing zoom capture,
watching.
Next time we'll have to have like a laptop. Somebody could have like their laptop facing that direction, and it's in the Zoom call, and then people would at least be able to see the participants. Yeah, you could probably join. You could probably do that. But anyway, just they're all waving at you, and they love you. That's what you need to know.
We're waving at them. Aww. So if I move over here, I move over here at like all around you, and then over here, and then up, and then down. Yeah, like that. Like it's all, yeah, it's like 4 ways, like a hall of mirrors or something. That's amazing. It just, but you know, if you like, all of this is experiments of social coordination. Like we talk in the, like if we're going to be talking about, okay, what does the market do? It has entrepreneurs, experiments on products, and it has tests, right? That's what the market does. Okay, well, if you're talking about different logics of the human subject outside the logic of capital, then you need social coordination experiments to figure out the best ways to do that. And that's what this is. And we have a cultural logic that makes space for market experimentation, entrepreneurship, failures. We get all of that, but we have not had a place of social coordination experimentation. Well, if you don't have that, well, then you can't test and explore different ways of gathering people together. I think Will put it, you're gathering all these people all around the world to do something that's bringing together the internet and the digital and all of those different things. If we don't do that kind of experimentation, then you cannot even begin to talk about a mind that can...
The virtuality of the internet and Zoom calls and things like that. And then when you try to put things on the ground, then you encounter like, oh, like real stuff and cameras and angles and like rooms and... It's a lot to coordinate and figure out, but it's also like it's making the effort and trying to see what it looks like to have those actual interactions happen in real life, because like we are all like real three-dimensional human beings.
Well, the business people are making the effort. The entrepreneurs, like the market is, and so if you're not going to have efforts for new social coordination, you're out of the game, you know, in a way, right? So I think that is very important.
So you're welcome. Not that I want to. So I actually want to say something about that. As we welcome everyone back in here, come on back in. Go ahead. Let's fill out the center, especially if anybody will be on the microphone asking questions or giving feedback or something. You'll definitely want to be in the middle part because the camera doesn't pick up the people who are on the edges. But this idea that I don't want to do this, at least the organizational heavy lifting, is a play off of the idea of drive and just death drive in particular. So of course I do want to, because it's what wins out, right? It's what wins out. Ideally I would be learning languages and music and focused on really actually reading the philosophy books I like to talk about. But instead I spend most of my time organizing to try to make these spaces or whatever. And so all of that is my answer to the Swelletariat who asked, LOL, what? When I said something on X recently about I don't organize because I love it. I can tolerate it more than a lot of people because I have something in me that just has to do it. And I think a part of that, getting out of the death drive frame and bringing it back to love, as Benjamin Studebaker likes to, is that as much as I hate a lot of the stuff that comes with organizing, I do genuinely love the connections and the relationships that form from the things that I do. And if I get to the point where I don't see relationships forming that I go, that's amazing, then I don't want to do it anymore, right? And so it really is for those kinds of soft, squishy human things. But now we've got Nance and Aaaand up here. We've got most of everyone back, and so I'll say a couple opening remarks here. We're going to switch screens, though, so that it's just showing the panel for the time being, just for a little bit, and then we'll bring it back. We're going to talk about what has transpired, and we'll start with saying, yeah, I was discombobulated because I'm technically holding all of the software and hardware up here while also running around doing presentations, and that's crazy. But my hope was that there would be different people in the different rooms that, in trying to actually communicate with, I would have to sort of switch registers or change up how I talk in certain ways so that I would learn something new about myself and the subject matter, and also get to know you all in better ways. And I think that is working. So thank you. Yeah. Put your hands together for the fact that it's working. Yeah. Here. All right. What about you, Aaaand?
Oh gosh, I'm feeling inspired. I'm feeling inspired by you all and the presentations I got to see, and especially like Daniel and Benjamin and Tyler are almost like influencing what I want to say tomorrow, and just this like love or dusting, conviviality. Just sorry, I'm just still like, my brain is just, I'm so inspired because it just feels like from the glimpse that I got, and even Keir talking about like leftist activism and the problems that exist there, I think it comes from a place of like loving humanity and wanting better for humanity than just like, oh, if we all take bubble baths and self-care, like we'll make the world better, was, just to briefly summarize. And I'm sure that some of the other presentations that I didn't get to see are rooted in that idea and that desire to be thinking about like why we're doing what we're doing, what does it mean to be human, and like ultimately that thing that we always come back to here at Theory Underground, which is the good life and the idea of the good life. And like I said, the words love have come up, and human and humanity. And that's just awesome. Like, I feel like I sat in on just the right presentations that I needed to, for just where I'm at in my own life, and thinking about like, what's next? Why am I doing what I'm doing? How can I open myself up to the projects that I want to do and not be stuck in the university, or stuck in the monotony and the bureaucracy, and like, I just turned 25 yesterday. Oh, and that's like making so first of all, it's a fabulous way to be celebrating my birthday. But it's just like one of those weird, it's an age that's significant more or less, and I'm just thinking about life, and like a member from my favorite boy band when I was, 12 just passed away last week, and I know that 12 or 13-year-old me would be like absolutely inconsolable right now, like heartbreakingly devastated, and like grappling with that recently. I don't know. I'm just in this like weird time in my life, I feel like. And so I'm just feeling inspired by everyone's contributions to the field and contributions to thinking about like, no, but actually how do we live good lives? But actually how do we make not only our own lives better and pursue like what is meaningful and what is good, but how do we make everyone's lives better and like the society and this world better in not just this like ooh hippie peace love happiness kind of way. So it's just awesome. It's just like really awesome to have you all here now that we have, you know, the first night kind of under our belt, and I'm just like seeing and feeling people's energy and excitement and enthusiasm for their topics and Lacan and monastery history, like all these kind of niche things, but it all is contributing, I think, to this larger project. And so it's just awesome. So thank you all.
Here we go. We're good. Yeah, I'm feeling it right now. I don't do drugs anymore. But if I did, I would prefer the way I feel right now. And I do prefer the way I feel right now, which is why I stopped. I also got tired of going to jail, right? But no, it's yeah, I think we've opened a space, and I think it takes hard work. And some of it's been on display with our little breakdowns and technical issues, and a lot of it hasn't. A lot of it happens across the street, the Theory Underground headquarters. But also a lot of it happens all around the world with everyone that's here tonight and everyone that's watching. And like all the shit we're talking about is predicated on people being there and people caring and people having the presence of mind to care. And escaping the kind of instrumental world we live in. So thank you all for that.
I want to hear from everyone else, but let me first apologize in terms of little breakdowns. I was seeing in the Discord something about some people not getting an email, and now I'm worried. Matthew Stanley didn't have the email with the link that went out today. A bunch of people didn't have it. Did I send the wrong list? Are there a bunch of people who got the email and they're all like, what is Dave talking about? It's possible. Jacob's sister got it. I swear to God, I've not been messaging your sister about anything. I don't know what they're talking about. No, yeah. Anyway, so sorry about those kind of hiccups, everybody, and I hope that we'll have them all worked out tomorrow. Yeah, I sent that email like right after showering and putting on these clothes, and then right before rushing back over here. So I don't know. I just don't know what, and I won't know until midnight tonight when I'm actually getting a chance to look at it. So before we all head out of here and make our way back to our Airbnbs or wherever we're going, a couple things that I want to say. These are points of order things. There is a taco truck behind this building. It should be open right now. It's supposedly open until 11 p.m., but also because they are free human beings who can also go home when they want to, thankfully, sometimes. They're not always there when we thought they would be. If they're not, and you were going to eat there, and you want to know where something is that's close or whatever, hang out for a little bit. We'll talk about it. We'll hopefully be able to give you directions. There's also still donuts that you can eat back there, you know? Man does not live by donuts alone, but for a day maybe. Okay, with that said, I would like to hear some other people's reflections from the audience. Audience, you are visible to the live stream now. So hello, say hello to the, wave hello to the internet. Is this cord longer than that cord? Okay, so Nance is gonna be the MC of the venue audience. So, Benjamin, if you could actually take this. Oh, no, he's a. Oh, well, now I just lost this screen. What the hell? Don't worry about it. I'll figure it out. I'll figure it out. Yeah. Yeah, we should be fine. I'm sure. The hell? We're back. Yeah, people on the Zoom site can definitely see you.
Tyler's there. That's not Tyler. That's Kyler. Get it right. That's Kyler.
It's Kyler.
Here, Kyler's going to talk.
Oh, I don't know that I have anything to say other than it's just lovely to see Daniel and Michelle over there and everybody else. Love you guys. This has been awesome. But I don't have anything to say currently off the top of my head.
Let's see. I'll try to improvise something. It's been fun just to run around, and like that's kind of what I was just expecting, and like what I was anticipating getting involved in, getting in the dirt of, and I mean, just for me, that's an enjoyable experience to try and do things like sharing ideas. And so I appreciate the effort that's been going into this, but I also just appreciate the effort of, I guess, us as audience members as well, like helping out. So I guess, in other words, it feels like a team, like an actual team effort, and like we're all down with the clown. So.
Anybody have any spicy takes?
Oh. Okay. Am I in a shot yet? Yeah. Okay. Spicy. Well, I have a lot of spicy takes, but I think something more mundane but important comes to mind for me. As a teenager, I like loved to write. I loved writing tests, essays, like all of it, and I always thought I would go to university. And then for a variety of reasons, that hasn't happened. And I've always like dreamt of being at a conference. I've dreamt of like people wanting to hear what I have to say, because despite not going to university, I have done a lot of things and read a lot of things and thought really hard for a long time. And so I think for me, like the way that this event is bringing together like really accomplished academics as well as people that never went to school, and seeing like how we speak, you know, and how we develop ideas, I just find it like incredibly valuable to even just like the various like presentation styles of the room that I was in. Yeah, I'm just like really, really happy to be here, and like it means a whole lot to me to be able to speak and to be able to hear all of you as well. So, yeah.
Well, thank you, Kier. Nobody's got some spicy takes. Come on. We're on the internet here. We got to do something. We can't just be all sweet and talk about love and relationships. We got to say something to get the people clicking. Everyone, come on, click. No, I'm just joking. We've talked about trying to counter the tendencies of the algorithm. We've talked about reading books and making them a little bit engaging, but really there's nothing more frustrating to the medium and the attention economy and the algorithms than reading books on your YouTube channel. In fact, nothing's worse for its health, right? It's true. It's really bad for its health. We've done most of the things at the Underground in terms of the YouTuber podcast has been expressly in defiance of the algorithmic incentives, right? And so the hot take, spice it up. Let's say something to get it's a joke, of course, but also there's always like this little element of like, well, you know, we can still do a little bit of that, right? We can have a little bit of that fun, right? And I think so. My spicy take is that Benjamin. What do y'all think I'm going to say? I've wanted to clarify what I said on stream a couple, when we just had an EMSTU recently. I've wanted to clarify because I was saying, have you talked to Matt McManus? And they've not like had a real either debate or contradiction conversation, right? And he was like, and I was kind of like, well, because it seems like there's a contradiction here, like what your approach versus his, you know. So, and I said something about like the drama of it, you know, and he was like, well, and Benjamin was like, well, you see, there's other people that we can talk to too. It's not just McManus, right? And I noticed that was also something that came up when I brought in Dugan during our political philosophy trilogy conversations, which was, I was like, yeah, so you think that people are people and that they are not like geographically, historically, linguistically necessarily tied to some kind of a region or whatever, right? You know, and well, that's very much in contradiction to this Duganite position, right? That's very popular these days. And Benjamin was like, there's actually someone else worth talking to about that. And it's so what I'm noticing is, and I'm only picking on Benjamin because I love him so much. And I also know that everyone knows I respect him. And so we can do this. I couldn't do this to maybe someone where people don't know, you know, but you all know. What I'm getting at is something that I feel like I keep coming into contact with. And that is, there are people who are perhaps more worthy of focusing our efforts on than, say, a Dugan, or perhaps debates that, you know, it's something that someone like Benjamin's already been thinking about wanting to have with somebody from the Federalist Society or something like that, right? So, but then there's like my role in the algorithm and what I've been thinking. It's like, okay, but how the EMSTUs work to me is that there is no outside to these things. There's the people who are here. We're it. And we can bring other people into it. But also, I do have this goal of getting the people who are already in it to talk. Now, Dugan's not in it. McManus obviously is. But I do have people who take Dugan very seriously, right? And so it's like, okay, well, it turns out that the theory scene is where we are. And so kind of working with where we are is kind of what I'm getting at. It was supposed to be a spicy take, and I turned it into like rationalizing it. Yeah. I think we. I want to hear your thoughts more about it, Benjamin. Yeah.
Yeah. So you're right that I said both of these things. My reasons were a little bit different. In the case of Dugan, I pointed you to Samuel Huntington, who's dead. And the reason I pointed you to Huntington is that Huntington thinks in the same way, but he's on the side of the West. And what I like about that is it exposes that you can think this way and it doesn't have any kind of obvious emancipatory effect. You can essentialize about civilizations and nations and essences to ethnicities and so on. It doesn't have this decolonizing emancipatory effect that people necessarily think it has. And if you go back to the Huntington, I think that becomes a lot more obvious. And so it makes the conversation clearer. Of course, if you told me Dugan wants to talk to you, I've got Dugan. Come on the show. I'll talk to Dugan. I would do it. I would do anything that you would ask me to do, Dave, because I trust your judgment. Within reason, right. Of course. But also when it comes to McManus, my reason was different. When it came to McManus, my point is that I was not looking to blame McManus for a view that seems to be very common and very current right now. There are historical reasons why McManus's view has come about. The same is also true of Dugan, but those historical reasons are, I think, better explained by Sam Huntington, who foresaw it in the early 90s as a consequence of the end of the Cold War and historicizes the emergence of these views as coming out of that context in a way that Dugan doesn't so much. Dugan tends more to essentialize and transhistoricize those positions. But in the case of Matt, I would, of course, talk to Matt about this. I have talked to some of the Platts about some of these things in the same general orbit. Recently Alex Gorovich went on BungaCast, and he gave a similar kind of view that there needs to be a resumption of the emphasis on freedom. There have been a number of different versions of this, and I think there are reasons that this has come about now, so I don't want to make it anybody's fault. But I would certainly talk to anybody that you think it would be worth it to the scene or the milieu to talk to. I would certainly be willing to do it. So don't think that I'm refusing you. But also, you know, when I hear you saying, let's teach Dugan, I go, well, wouldn't they learn more from reading Huntington in 1993?
That's excellent. And I think at this point we can kind of start a queue, but I will just say, I do like this idea that we need to be reminding everyone that dead thinkers, insofar as they're still informing us, often have proven the tests of time, whereas living thinkers haven't proven the tests of time, and a lot of them will just wash away. And so there is this tension between talking with what's current versus this historicizing of it. So yeah, 100% agree. I tried to stir the pot, but
I
but
like
not
the
really.
pot stirring. It was fun.
Thank you.
We could do more of it, actually.
Yeah.
In your talk today, you framed the cell phone as a new thing in the family that is shaping formation of people from the very beginning, which kind of syncs up with some of the stuff I've been saying lately to Doug and Chris about the digital subject. And I liked it a lot in part because this is something I think is very true. There is a kind of new digital subject. And when you said that 1992 was the beginning of the new age, I went, of course, the year I was born, it was destined that Dave should say 1992. I really liked that. At the same time, I want to point out that sharply conflicts with what the Gen Xers in our milieu are saying. The Gen Xers are insisting that technology and the digital doesn't matter so much, and particularly they tend to fetishize the workers a bit and say that, well, while the professionals are online, the workers still go to the bar after work. It's a little out of touch.
Don't anyone clip that and send it to Chris. No, that is exactly the conversation that is meant to spark. Yeah. Thank you, Benjamin. Look, man, I'll just sit here and talk for the last 9 minutes. But does anyone have any questions they want me to hit on before we close this thing out?
I don't know if it's a question, but I was just gonna say something that's interesting is I'm gonna just make a claim that everyone who's here is interested in that question of humans and human connections. And can that be said about other things that are being done with theory online? If they only stay online, I don't know. But at least I have the feeling that everyone put in effort to get here to be together. So we put in some effort. That's what I'm saying. I'm bragging. Guess I'm not spicing.
There are a lot of effort buffers that you had to overcome to be here. Not just the research that you had to do to get here. Not just all of the concepts that you've been having to mull over and work through. And the courses and seminars and all of that other kind of stuff. No, like also getting out of your house. Like that is an effort buffer these days. And then of course we can add to it thinking ahead and actually planning and buying a plane ticket or planning like driving all the way up here from Reno. Like Sean, I think you did that today, right? Yeah, crazy. It's crazy, everybody. So good
Tyler
job.
from Billings.
What's that?
Tyler
all the way down from
drove
Billings.
9 hours.
Give it up for Tyler driving 9 hours. Come on. Nance drove 15. So, yeah. I only realized that after I said to clap for Tyler's 9. And then I was like, well, shit. Yeah. Yeah, everyone, you've done a lot of work and you're doing a lot. And I'm really excited to go over everyone's presentations. And for the people who are here, who've been here for everyone else's presentation so far, if you haven't presented yet, we're really excited for your presentation tomorrow morning. I really hope that everybody who's thinking, well, I want to go check out something in Boise, I want to go do something, try to do that thing after the breakout sessions tomorrow morning. Try to be present for those, because guess what? In a lot of cases, having only one person in the room makes a big difference, right? Having 3 people, holy cow, that's amazing. And so it really did make the difference for some presentations, you know, because then it's not just to a screen, it's not just to a hypothetical online audience. It's, you know, you've got actual people who can laugh at your jokes, nod their heads, or, you know, maybe you start to lose track. You can tell, you know, oh, okay, I got to bring back attention to the moment, right? So really, yeah, thank you, everybody. I do have a couple last remarks, but I want to turn it over to Nance and Aaaand to let you both do your closing remarks as well. And first, yeah, I'll say the last things.
I mean, I'll just say, since I know we're close to 9, people have done lots of traveling today. Just like another thank you for being here, for your patience with the technological issues that are always occurring at Theory Underground. It's just part of the canon. You just have to accept it. I don't think I have anything else to say except for thank you. Make sure you grab your things and grab some donuts if you'd like, and we'll see you bright and early tomorrow. And then the last thing would be just like a reminder that check out the Discord channel with the TUCON like FAQs, where, you know, if people need coffee shop recommendations or rides to and from the venue, some carpooling can be coordinated. Maybe one morning I'll say, hey, let's all go get coffee at 8 before we go. There's a great spot, you know, down the street a mile. So things like that for the people here in the meet space. Sorry, hey, people online, if you want to come fly out for coffee, you're welcome to. But just, yeah, be thinking of that. We're here, Dave and I, we're the locals. If you have any questions, if you need anything, we got you. So just remember that as we all go our separate ways tonight. But yeah, thank you again, and we'll hear from Nance.
Yeah, I don't want to beat a dead horse, but I do want to reiterate my gratitude. Yeah, it feels weird. Like, I feel weird. Yeah, I guess that whole like thank you and like love and affection and all that maybe emerges from the meet space, from like embodied connection rather than our digital collaboration and co-work and all that stuff. That's something that you don't know is there. It's a real thing until you leave the house. Well, first you got to put pants on, and then you got to leave the house and come together. Whenever 2 or more are gathered in the spirit of understanding, you'll find whatever this is. The idea of the university. Carl Jaspers goes hard. Once again, thank you all.
I'm gonna double fist these things. All right. I was gonna end on a theoretical note, so I guess it's good then that they got squishy on us, because I just want to have us all sleep on an idea. So in The Human Condition, Hannah Arendt talks about the loss of the distinction between the public and the private due to this thing called socialization. And what she's talking about with socialization is that whether you live in a socialist or a capitalist society, your means of production are not something that come from your own property, right? Your means of, sorry, did I say production? I meant means of subsistence. So yeah, your means of subsistence are not something that you are in large part or completely producing there on your own property, right? Or with a commune, right? So like the point is the reason this matters for political theory and political philosophy and political science is because the distinction between the public and the private is one that comes largely from Athens, Greece, right? I don't know if this is all true or not. I'm just going to go with what I understand at the moment. And so that is just to say, our political system took a lot of inspiration from the Greeks, from the Romans, from various Native American tribes, if that is to be believed, right? Like the founding fathers in the United States were drawing from ideas they had of the past, right? As were revolutionaries in other parts of the world, okay? Drawing upon the past to try to etch out some way of moving forward, right? Well, when the concepts those traditions are rooted in have lost their weight or traction with reality, it's interesting, right? Socialization in the sense of people not being independent of one another in the sense of, well, I've got my wife and I've got my slaves and they take care of stuff and that's called economics. And then I go into the political sphere and talk about who we want to go to war with or what we have to do to stop other people from going to war with us. That's politics, right? Like that's the idea of the public sphere. And it's held up by this thing where other people are doing the necessary labor in order to secure those means of subsistence outside of some larger economy. Like it's contained, right? That independence is not something that we have when we come together here. And the reason Aaaand is bringing this to our attention is because she's just trying to highlight how different the situation is now. She's not trying to say, therefore, yes, socialize the economy. We'll just have socialism, right? Like she's not saying that. She's just saying this is a weird situation we're in, right? We're the humans who are our essence is our conditions, right? This is, instead of saying human nature, we say the human condition, right? Because our essence is our milieu, is our environment, is the political, socio-economic, historical context that is presupposed by everything else we do, right? And so the question I want to close on tonight is, are we able to find something like a public today? And it's a question I'm wondering about because I see us all here and you guys are on YouTube right now. Not you over there, but we over here, we got people on YouTube. And it's interesting because it's like you can get on the mic and you're like, yeah, I'm talking on the Theory Underground channel. Or you can be like, I'm talking, and this is actually a contribution in this bigger conversation, right? If YouTube went away, we have the organic networks to do this again on any other platform, right? And it having a reality beyond the platforms at this point due to organic connections. That's something, okay, well then that gives us some kind of a communal basis. But a communal basis is not a public. Standing up and having a conversation with your friends is not a public. What is a public? A public is a place where you can go and intervene. You can fight to like have your position heard. And other people can really think it through and respond. And it only really has any meaning when there's this thing called history. And your intervention in the public sphere has the possibility of influencing the course of history. Do we have a public? Do we have access to a public? If not, what are the conditions for having a public? And for now, I'll just say, I don't know, but I do like what this is. Thank you. Based. All right, everybody. Thanks. See you later. Yeah.
We cannot do direct revolution, but the only way to lay the foundation for it is to do what you are doing to move the underground. It's a theoretically correct title.
Welcome to Theory Underground, a place for workers with earbuds who are tired of letting others read and think on their behalf, slipstreaming our way into an understanding of the situation that short-circuits the deadlocks of our moment.
Research at Theory Underground focuses on what is most important for understanding our current situation. Theory of the subject, capital, time-energy theory, critical media theory, CMT, and the most essential critiques necessary for understanding why the theory, ideology, and common sense of influencers left to right misses the mark.
Theory Underground is coming to a city near you. What that has meant in the last year is traveling across the United States, into Canada, and then all over Europe to promote our books, courses, and ideas related to time energy and underground theory. You've been reading Underground Theory.
I'm a publisher and an editor. I run and review books. Literally, it's my living. This is the best edited collection I've ever read.
Okay, picture this scene. America, early 2021. An Amazon warehouse worker arises from the emerging underground theory internet scene to create spaces for untimely topics and concerns that are too often neglected or kept in isolation today. Joined by a revolving cast of underground theorists, academics, and critics, he establishes what will become Theory Underground, a teaching, research, and publishing platform by and for working-class intellectuals, autodidacts, and academics who want to do more than they're able to do within the confines of academia. That warehouse worker's name is David McKerracher, and his book Timenergy is his first major contribution to the world of theory. It was recently reprinted with a foreword by none other than Slavoj Žižek, who also contributed to Theory Underground's latest book.
My Bible, it's an excellent book.
A collection of essays called Underground Theory.
What you just heard is an excerpt from the Strange Exiles podcast, episode 23, where Graham from Strange Exiles interviewed me and Mikey. For those who don't know, Mikey is the author of the Dangerous Maybe blog. We are publishing one of his books here shortly at Theory Underground. He's also a lecturer at Theory Underground, and he's someone I've been friends and a collaborator with for over 10 years. But most importantly for you all, he's a fantastic lecturer, and it's a crime that he has to do wage labor right now. One of the long-term goals of Theory Underground has been now for a couple of years to hashtag free Mikey. That is something that I've been really pushing, but first I had to get freed from wage labor, which was achieved this year. That's right. Thanks to my monthly seminar subscribers, I was able to quit Amazon and do Theory Underground full time. Now I'm announcing the next big phase of the plan, which is the Mikey Down seminar. What monthly subscribers to the Mikey seminar are paying for is a survey of philosophy, including deep dives into Zizek, Land, Lacan, Baudrillard, Bataille, Lyotard, and ultimately the whole history of philosophy.
We're trying to build like this ongoing seminar, right? And that's what I really like about this thing, where, you know, if I'm teaching a main text, that's something I got to focus on. I got to really, but the seminar thing, we can do this stuff all the time, where we dive deeper into concepts, we dive deeper into certain, you know, sections of books or whatever, and we can really do this nuanced stuff.
I think that there's probably no better way for us to accelerate our learning in these areas than by slipstreaming Mikey. And that has been my belief for years and years and years now. It's official. You're able to help out. You're able to get involved. You're able to benefit directly from liberating him from wage labor. Get on it right now. Do it. Just go. Stop what you're doing. Go click the button. Subscribe. This is what you do. Subscribe to him. If you're already signed up for the ongoing Theory Underground seminars, then that's the ones that I do with my wife, Aaaand. Though that's getting an upgrade, which means that I will be doing one session per month that is just me, and then I will also be doing the ones with Aaaand, which are a crash course in sociology, anthropology, the social sciences, and ultimately Marx, Heidegger, Levinas, Bourdieu, imminently critiquing pop psychology, sociology, self-help, and ultimately the doxa of our time. But if you would like to be a subscriber to both Mikey's seminar and the seminar that the Snellgrove McKerrachers are doing, then the best way is to become a tier 4 subscriber, or you can be a tier 2 subscriber to each of us. The reason this matters is because tier 2 is like pretty much the best bang for your buck. It gives you huge discounts on all of the courses that we do. But if you can't afford it, tier 4 is amazing because it gives you tier 3 access at both Mikey's seminar and ours.
And finally, not everybody has time to be part of these ongoing research seminars, and they just want to fund the paid content for the YouTube and podcast. And so thank you so much to our patrons over at Patreon. They're the ones funding all the free stuff. So big thank you to Bert, Marilyn, Carl, Sahil, Zozandra, Nikolai, Darian, Tyler, and Mandeep, and all the other wonderful patron people, Patreon people. And thank you to all the other wonderful Patreon people. Thank you so much to all of you patrons, and also to the special subscribers and the paying subscribers. Oh my god, it's just so awkward. Thank you, Patreon. Patron, thank you. Oh, okay. Other things to you subscribe. Why do we do this? Fuck. You guys, just thank you. Thank you, everyone, for making this bullshit possible. Thank you to the subscribers. You do it. You did so good. Thanks, guys.